the town up to $1.50 per detainee daily.
Coming up here on Today, a game changer in the grocery world. Our inside look at the rapid rise of Aldi, adding stores, dropping prices, and attracting a growing fan base across the country. How the chain is shaking up the supermarket as we know it this morning on Today.
All right, Eric, what is the final look at the forecast?
I think overall for today, we will see a typical, I was going to say July, but it's August. August day of weather ahead here. Some isolated showers will be around during the late morning through the afternoon, even into the early evening hours. If you don't see the rain, well, it is still going to be rather toasty around the Mid-South for today.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. And thank you all for joining us this morning. You can join us later at 11 o'clock for Action News 5 midday. Hope you'll tune in and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Stream Action News 5 for free on actionnews5.com, on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. Sponsored by Bill Malone with Crylike Realtors, an experienced realtor always striving for excellence and integrity in real estate sales. Call 901-359-4000 or 901-756-8900.
Yeah, could do that.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Tuesday morning. It's August 12th, and this is what you're looking at outside of our High 5 camera here in Midtown Memphis. 77 degrees, the sun shining brightly. Not a cloud in the sky as you get going on this Tuesday morning. Let's bring in meteorologist Eric Brill to talk about a forecast that seems to be the same situation that we've seen over the last several days. Eric, good morning.
Good morning there, Andrew, and you pretty much hit the nail on the head there as far as the weather conditions. Really, day over day, this time of the year, they don't vary too much. Rain chances are generally from 10 to 40%, and really more often than not, 20 to 30%. High temperatures are in the middle to, well, really the middle 90s more than anything, and overnight lows are in the middle 70s, and really that's the case here for today and the next few days around the Mid-South. Over in Oxford, Mississippi, pretty quiet conditions to get the day rolling here. No real issues out there, just some cirrus clouds scooting on by. 77 degrees in Memphis, 76 in Marianna, 75 in Alamo. Pretty quiet start to the day. Clouds and radar, not really a whole heck of a lot to see here. It's one that we can kind of bypass pretty quickly. In Futurecast, it's a little overdone with the clouds to start the day off here. But we are anticipating some afternoon and evening showers and thunderstorms to be making an appearance here across the Mid-South. Don't think we'll see anything too crazy here, but might not be a bad idea to at least have some sort of option in the car, say like a rain jacket or umbrella, just in case you get caught under one of those showers or storms, as a just in case sort of measure more than anything else. Even into tomorrow morning, we are going to see some of those showers meander around the Mid-South. So for the rest of today, temperatures, they will top off near average. Middle to lower 90s across the board, 91 for Selmer, 90 in Corinth, 95 in Helena, West Helena, 93 in Harrisburg, Arkansas, and 94 degrees for Batesville, Mississippi. Bluff City looks to top off at 93 degrees with those partly cloudy skies around. Pretty quiet night ahead. Temperatures slipping back in the middle to lower 70s, partly cloudy skies. A few isolated showers are possible during the evening hours, but those should not be a significant issue. Scan that QR code. Good idea to do so. So this week, get the interactive radar, the extended forecast, and that hour-by-hour forecast on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. And well, the forecast as we roll over the next few days is going to be one that does eventually warm up. So the best chances of rain around the Mid-South over the next week is Wednesday, followed by today, and then Thursday. And then once we get those drier conditions to build in, we will see those afternoon highs climb back into the middle 90s here, and those heat index values to range from about 105 to 110. Now, I don't think we'll see any sort of issues as far as any sort of extreme heat warnings issued here across the Mid-South. I think we'd have to be a little bit warmer than necessarily what this forecast does depict here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do get some heat advisories around for potentially the weekend and into early next week. Speaking of the weekend, 95 degrees for both Saturday and Sunday for those afternoon highs. Partly cloudy skies, a couple of showers around, not a significant issue. Bigger deal will likely be the heat more than the actual shower chances, just because, well, it will be into the middle 90s during the peak heating hours. And this time of the year, that's roughly between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. 7-day forecast does have typical stuff for the middle of August. Temperatures are in the middle to lower 90s, overnight lows in the middle to at times the upper 70s. That's probably the biggest variance from average, as we should be into the middle to starting to be into the lower 70s at this point here for those overnight lows. So middle to kind of upper 70s. Yeah, that's a little above average, but nothing outrageous. Keeping an eye, obviously, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, since we will see some showers and isolated thunderstorms around the Mid-South, Andrew, but we've kind of talked about it really yesterday, throughout the morning today. This is a pretty typical August weather pattern ahead here as we do move into the middle of the month. And, you know, I know you were just talking about earlier about football season getting going here. I'm pretty sure on Friday over in Bartlett, they're having a jamboree over there. I forget, I want to say it's 4 different schools that are having a scrimmage over there. It's going to be warm over there, no surprise about that, but we're hoping we'll keep those showers away for that jamboree and any sort of scrimmages going on this week.
Yeah, it is that time of year, Eric, no question about it. Real quick, how are we doing when it comes to rainfall for the year? Are we normal? Are we at a deficit?
So it's kind of interesting. For the entire year, we're above average. But ever since the beginning of June, we're below average. So it's kind of a loaded question. And I think, so let's see. How long ago was that? That was a week and a half ago? Yeah. 2 weeks ago, I can't remember, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I went up to Brighton, did a little talk there at the community center over in Tipton County, was talking to some different people, some that work in the agricultural world, and they noted how, you know, we saw a lot of rain here back in the spring, but really ever since the beginning of June, we haven't seen that much rain, and the numbers support that as well. So To answer your question, Andrew, it's kind of short-term, long-term. Short-term, we're below average, but long-term, looking since January 1st, we are actually running just a little bit above average. So always interesting to see how that kind of balances itself out at some point here. But I know a lot of people have been looking for some rain really the next 7 days. Generally speaking, if you said, am I going to see rain or not, I'd say no more often than yes.
Yeah. All right. Meteorologist Eric Brill giving us the deep dive to start off the digital desk on a Tuesday. Eric, thank you.
No problem, Andrew. Have a good one.
All right, you do the same. Thank you. And another live look from our High Five camera outside of our studios. You can see it here. Not a cloud in the sky at 77 degrees. 7:05 is the time. Of course, we got a lot more going here on the Action News 5 digital desk, and certainly we're going to be giving that to you all morning long. This is another shot downtown of our High Five camera. Same kind of situation there. Just really nice shot to begin the day as it already gets warm here early on a Tuesday. 77 degrees here on Action News 5's digital desk. All right, so let's talk now about what we got going on and what we have planned for the morning. We're going to be talking with our friend Talisa Franklin. She always gives us some great positivity on Tuesday. She's going to be talking about a number of things, a number of different events happening on the Action News 5 digital desk. A little bit after 9 o'clock, you got to tune in. There's going to be a new show. It's a TV show that's set in Memphis. It's going to be on the USA Today or USA Network. It's called The Rainmaker, and if anybody who's a big reader knows that that is a title of the best-selling book written by John Grisham, The Rainmaker. It was also made into a movie a number of years ago. So we're going to be talking with two of the actors on this new show that's set to debut on the USA Network. We're going to be talking to them later this morning at a little bit after 9 o'clock. And then at 9:30, we're going to check in with our friends at Memphis Botanic Garden. 96 acres of beauty there at Memphis Botanic Garden. They're going to be talking about what's coming up this month and the next few weeks there at the beautiful gem within the city of Memphis. So we're certainly going to be talking to them about that. But right now we're going to take a short break here on the Action News 5 digital desk. We are going to be talking about some of the various issues, a number of different interviews that we have planned later this morning on Action News 5's digital desk, including how we can tackle the growing crisis at animal shelters, not just here in Memphis in the Mid-South, but across the country. That interview set to get going in 60 seconds. All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a campaign that is starting up once again. It's in its 11th year, I should say. It's called Clear the Shelters, and it returns at a critical time when animal shelters across the country are at capacity, some over capacity. We're talking about 5.8 million cats and dogs entering the shelters last year alone. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this campaign. I'm joined by Hannah Shaw. She is with us. She's known as the cat lady, or kitten lady, excuse me. She's got a kitten right now, and she can talk more about this campaign, what it means, and what it means for all of us here in the Mid-South. Hannah, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, Clear the Shelters is happening all throughout the month of August, and this is the largest adoption drive that happens in the nation every single year. It's presented by NBC Universal Local with support from Hill's Pet Nutrition, and this is really our opportunity to spread a wave of awareness around the country about the overcapacity crisis that's happening in shelters. We're asking people to get out there to your local shelter and bring home a new friend.
I see that, yes, and that looks like such a great idea, Hannah. But what advice would you give to first-time adopters out there who might be a little bit, apprehensive?
Sure. Well, if you love the idea of having an animal, but you've kind of been worried about adopting, I think sometimes people feel like, what if I'm not able to be the perfect adopter and give the perfect home? Unfortunately, new survey data from the 2025 Hills State of Shelter Pet Adoption Report is showing that that impulse to want to be perfect is actually preventing a lot of adoptions from happening. So we're asking people to just remember that you don't have to be a perfect adopter. You don't have to know everything or have an unlimited budget. Animals do not need perfection. They just need consistent care and love, and the rest will come with time.
I'm sorry. I mentioned something really quick, Hannah. I was going to say, let's talk about some ways that viewers can adopt or foster or donate and support local shelters.
Sure. So if people want to get involved, adoption is the name of the game with Clear the Shelters. We really need people to get out there and find a new companion. So if you've been thinking about adopting and you have a friend maybe who's thinking about adopting, now's a great time for you guys to head to your local shelter. If you can't adopt, fostering is a really good way to help. So, little kittens like Monkey here, they need foster homes. Dogs need foster homes. The thing about fostering is the shelter is going to cover the expenses, and it's a temporary way of helping. So a couple weeks of your time, that can be a big gift to an animal. You can also donate to the Clear the Shelters Fund, or you can even just purchasing the Hills Science Diet food for your cat or dog at home. All of that is also going to support this important campaign of Clear the Shelters.
Okay, Hannah Shaw joining us on the digital desk to talk about this important campaign, Clear the Shelters, in its 11th year. We appreciate you taking the time here on the digital desk. Thanks very much. Good luck with the campaign this year.
Thank you so much.
To the Action News 5 digital desk. If you're new to Memphis, if you've been in Memphis several years, perhaps you're a lifelong Memphian. You're always looking for things to do, places to go, things to see, that sort of thing. The best resource for everybody, I was trying to think of the right word, but the best resource for everyone out there is I Love Memphis, in my opinion. I think it's a wonderful resource for anybody. Any time of the year you're looking for something to do, perhaps you got people coming into town, or you just want to get out with your girlfriends, or a guy's night, or whatever. We got Jalen Suchek joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is always in the know when it comes to I Love Memphis and I Love Memphis blog. She runs it with some others out there. And how's that going, by the way? You've been doing this now for quite a bit. Everything going well, Jalen? Good morning.
Yeah, it's great. And Andrew, I mean, I love your intros. You always give the best intro, so thank you for that. But yeah, everything's been great. I've been at the helm now about, gosh, almost 3 years. We've been really trying to build up a strong contributor team, so it's not just one voice. It's more of collective voices around the city to just tap into everything there is, because one person can obviously not do it all, because contrary to some belief, there is so much to do in this city, and I'm happy to be constantly busy.
Okay, so I can't remember the publication, but someone outside of Memphis sent me something that said top 5 most boring cities was Memphis, Tennessee. And I'm like, what, are you on crack or something? What are you talking about?
Yeah, you're living in a different world if you think that. I refute that.
Exactly.
Vehemently.
100%. 100%. So anyway, enough about that. I'm off my soapbox. Let's talk.
I know we could go on a whole rant on that.
I know I'm preaching to the choir. Jalen, let's talk about these happy hours that I understand are bigger and better than ever these days, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, in restaurants, we know it's hard, so they have to be a little more competitive. So we always have a happy hours guide to deals. Blog, we just recently updated it because, like the Memphis weather, happy hour deals change quickly. So I say this all with preface that, call ahead if you want to confirm it, or look on their socials just to make sure that it's still accurate. Because again, it can change. They might have new offerings or different days, different hours. This is why we have to routinely update this guide. But I had to ask you, Andrew, do you have a favorite happy hour around the city?
I wish I did. I think I might need to. Give me some
We'll
points.
find you one by the end of this.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I can just hop in. So our guide has about 15 spots. And I mean, of course, that is not speaking to every great happy hour in the city. We really tried to boil it down to places that have good daily happy hour offerings. Because, some places maybe it's just a Monday night or a Thursday night. So that's how we kind of organized it. We are always open to more feedback and adding more places. So if you have a good spot, please let us know. We love to take people's recommendations and infuse them into the guide. So I picked 3 of my favorites from the guide, different little spots in town. The first is Bell Tavern. And Andrew, I'm not sure if you've heard of Bell Tavern. Some people, you bring it up and they're never heard of this place before.
I haven't. Tell me more. I'm interested, though. Looks great.
Yeah, and so I think a reason people don't know about it is because it's a hidden bourbon bar in an alleyway in downtown Memphis. So the Barbaro Alley, just around the corner from Aldo's, tucked in there between, like the Peabody and South Main. This is just a great spot in general. Some of the best people work there, and they have a very, very generous happy hour. This is one of my favorites. So you can get $4 domestic beers, $7 house cocktails, and $7 glasses of wine. Those house cocktails include like Manhattans, Old Fashions, French 75s, martinis. Harold is one of the main bartender there. He is kind of, if you know name in the city, one of the best bartenders. So you get a great deal, and you have one of the best bartenders making them. He makes some of the best Old Fashions. I love the French 75. They also have really good food. And if you're still having difficulty placing it, it's in the back of where 117 Prime was. So they use
yes, I know where that is. You had me at Hidden Bourbon Bar, Jalen. That sounds like a winner to me.
Yeah, when we posted a reel of them, people were like, I've worked in downtown my whole life and I didn't know this existed. And it's been there for several years. So I always love to share that one. And that happy hour deal is Tuesday to Saturday from 4 to 7. So pretty generous, because you don't have too many that give you a Friday and Saturday for those happy hour deals.
Sweet. What else you got?
We are moving into Midtown now. This is one of my favorite bars in the city to go to for a cocktail outside of happy hour or with happy hour. The great news is they have a very, very good, nice, generous happy hour. I am amazed that they still continue having it. It's such a good deal. But this is Cameo in Midtown. It's on Union Avenue, right across from the Firehouse. They have, for their happy hour, half off classic cocktails, draft beer and glasses of house and red wine, white wines too. And then they also do an $8 Cool Kids burger, which is so delicious. You have to order it. But this is, one of the best cocktail bars in the city. They have just numerous cocktail options. And normally when you're talking about quantity, you're kind of fearful about the quality. You get both at this bar. It's one of my favorites. And their sister bar, Mary's BOTE, also has a great happy hour. That's the Tiki Bar in Cooper Young. But you can get this happy hour Monday through Friday from 4 to 7. And on Monday, it's all night long. But love Cameo. It's a great place if you haven't checked it out yet.
Oh my gosh, that sounds awesome! I love it. Okay, now you're bringing it this morning. I love this, and I know it's the morning, and I know people don't like generally drinking cocktails until the afternoon, but I'm feeling it.
There's a reason they start at 4.
Yes, and I've been up since 2 o'clock. Just saying.
Oh, hey, I used to do those days too, and I got to give you props. It's hard being up that early, and your happy hour starts probably more about noon.
Yeah, or before, but don't tell anybody. Anyway, go ahead.
So my third favorite place, and I feel like this is the place where people are like, no, do not tell people about this. We don't want more people coming. It is Swamp Bar in Overton Square. This is one of my favorite spots in the city too, for food, drinks. Kelly English spot right next to Second Line. Their happy hour it's just like unbelievably cheap. They have $2 High Lifes, $3 Stellas, $4 House Highballs, $5 Margaritas, which are really good, $5 Anandas, which is Wiseacres IPA, and $6 House Wine. And they do that from Wednesday to Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. So you have the whole weekend in there. And that's just the days they're open. So that's why it starts on Wednesday. So every day they're open 5 to 7. Really cool vibes, just one of the best spots. And I know I'm going to hear grumbles of, why'd you have to tell people about it?
And you said on the I Love Memphis blog, you have like 15 listed, right?
Yep, if you go to our ilovememphisblog.com right now on our homepage, it's one of our feature stories. You can click on it and you can go through all 15 spots, maybe recommend a spot of your own, and you can check out all those deals. I mean, I don't have to put teasers, like Laughlin's on there. They have a great happy hour, so I'm going to leave that as a little teaser to get people to go to it.
Perfect. All right, Jalen Suchek, really appreciate every time you come on the I Love Memphis blog or come on the digital desk to talk about the blog. Always good info, chock full for everybody to see, no matter where you live. We appreciate your time as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and I hope to see you at a happy hour soon.
Oh, heck yeah. I definitely will, for sure. I mean, Hidden Bourbon Bar, the Swamp Bar, Cameo, I'm there. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, take care. Jay. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. We have got some alarming new health data out there that suggests that 9 out of 10 people have certain health risk factors and they don't know or realize that they have it. And we're talking about health conditions that can trigger everything from heart disease, kidney disease, diabetes, all at the same time. Let's talk to somebody who knows about what we're talking about here and some of the latest data that is pretty alarming from what I understand. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Tiffany Powell-Wiley. She's a physician. She's also a researcher joining us on the digital desk to talk about this new data. So Tiffany, tell us, where do we begin on this? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Andrew. So we want to make sure that people are aware of cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome, or CKM syndrome. And it's really about these interconnected diseases, things like diabetes and obesity, that put you at risk for heart disease and even kidney disease. And it's important to understand that all of these are interrelated, they're all interconnected, and one can put you at risk for the other, but also treatments that are out there can affect risk for each of those. And all of it affects heart health.
So, okay, so cardiovascular kidney metabolic syndrome or disease, explain what that is and maybe some warning signs that our audience would enjoy knowing.
So it's important to know that that CKM syndrome really relates to the fact that conditions like heart disease and kidney disease can't be treated in isolation. These are things that affect each other. And really, we want to emphasize that your body is interconnected. And so when we think of talking to our doctors about risk factors for heart disease, we want to ask not only about our high cholesterol, our blood pressure, and how it relates to our risk for heart disease, but also what does our kidney health look like? And that because that's important to think about as a risk factor for heart disease.
Yeah, I would think so. So this is something where a lot of people, we mentioned off the top, that they don't even know that perhaps they are dealing with something that could really change the outcome of their lives, certainly their health. Can you explain a little bit more about what this data is saying and how people need to be more aware of what exactly is going on?
Absolutely. So it's important to think, as you mentioned, that 9 out of 10 U.S. adults have a risk factor for heart disease or kidney disease. Those are risk factors like obesity, diabetes, high cholesterol, high blood pressure. And so that's where it's important to know what those risk factors are, know your numbers, ask your physician about your numbers, but also understand that reversing and treating many of these risk factors can actually prevent not only heart disease, but also kidney disease.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you, Tiffany, let's talk about prevention. So if we have one of those and people are, by the way, our thousands of people that are watching, everybody should be getting a physical yearly. And if you have one of these conditions, then what?
So if you have one of these conditions, it's important to know what your numbers look like. Again, know what your blood pressure looks like, know what your cholesterol looks like, but also ask your doctor about treatments that are available, because many of the treatments that are available now for heart disease actually can treat things like kidney disease. And so making sure that you're on the right medications, but also making sure that you get the important physical activity and get the right diet for you. And so that's information that your doctor can help you provide and get the right information for you.
Sure, absolutely. And so we know, diet and exercise very important when it comes to these kind of conditions. What else can we do to perhaps prevent or improve our health with regards to these specific issues?
So the other important thing is to understand what our risks look like. And so we have new ways of measuring heart disease risk. And so one thing to ask your doctor is to use risk calculators that are now available that can try to account for all of the risk factors for, again, it's CKM syndrome, these interconnected risk factors, and start to understand what your long-term risks for heart disease look like.
Okay, CKM syndrome. Tiffany, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you for illuminating us to these different conditions that in one way or another, they are all connected, and it's something that we need to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. This year marks the 90th anniversary of Social Security, and more than 1 in 5 U.S. residents, 69 million Americans, receive Social Security. And there's unfortunately a lot of skepticism out there because a lot of people feel like Social Security will not be around when they retire. Joining me on the digital desk to talk more about this issue, I am joined by Mia McNeil. She is AARP's Tennessee State Director on the Action News 5 digital desk. So Mia, good morning to you. Tell me, what would you say to some folks out there that think that they remain very skeptical that Social Security is going to be around by the time they retire? Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thanks so much for having me. You know, what I would say to those folks is that people and organizations like AARP are out there working on their behalf to make sure that Social Security is there. They put in that money, they earned it. I put in my money and I earned it. So certainly invested in making sure that they get the money that they earned. For a lot of these folks, this is not just something that comes out of their paycheck. This is their plan for retirement. About 40% of our membership have shared with us that Social Security is their retirement plan. So it is how they pay for their prescriptions, how they pay for their food, how they pay for their bills. It's really, really important, and we're going to work our best to make sure that it's there.
So I know AARP works a lot with a lot of people who collect Social Security. What are you seeing on the ground here in Tennessee and other places around the Mid-South when it comes to Social Security, the recipients, and what they feel about the current program?
Sure. So we've heard a lot from our members and those who aren't members of AARP because we work on all behalf, on everyone's behalf. But we've heard a lot from folks about the customer service and their concern about customer service, the long hold times, the ability to get to an office if an office has closed in their particular area. People are particularly concerned about that, and I think that's fair. I think that's a fair concern to have. And so we have been working closely with folks in DC. Our federal office has been working with the Social Security office and the new Social Security commissioner to make sure that we are fixing those wait times. At one point, it was at around 4 hours. So you could literally be on the phone driving from Nashville to Memphis, as we have, and Memphis to Nashville, and still be on hold at Social Security. And so we've been working with them closely to make sure that we've been fixing those customer service issues so people can get the assistance that they need.
That's great to hear. Now, we understand there's a little bit more than 679,000 Tennesseans that Social Security is their primary source of income. What do you say to people, worried about the program? There's some that there's been very public reports about the rampant fraud within the program. What do you say to people that are concerned about the program overall?
Well, I certainly say that, of course, they are fair to have the concerns that they have, and of course, we've heard a lot about Social Security changes and potential Social Security changes from fraud to customer service. However, I think what people need to know is that we are certainly fighting on behalf of all of you. We are doubling down so that Social Security can become that economic bedrock of retirement of Americans for generations to come. This is not something that's in the past. And so we are working diligently to make sure that people get the money that they put into Social Security because indeed they earned it. And so, what I would tell people is it is certainly fair to be concerned. However, what I would also tell them is to continue to stay educated and involved, follow the process and what's going on. And here at AARP Tennessee, we're always going to share the information that we know from our perspective and from what's going on in DC, so that you know what's going on and you can make the appropriate outreach to your legislators and those who represent you to hear how you feel about the changes that are being made in DC.
All right. Mia McNeil, AARP Tennessee Director, joining us on the digital desk. Thank you so much for the info. We appreciate it, and we appreciate all the information you gave us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, as we await the fall concert series at the Overton Park Shell, we are certainly anticipating Elvis Week and mobile Shell on Wheels events that are happening across town. Joining me now to talk about that and much more, Shelby Smith with Overton Park Shell to give us kind of an inside look at it all. Shelby, good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning. Happy to be back. And as you already mentioned, Elvis Week is here in the city of Memphis. All of our Elvis fans are flocking to the city of Memphis to really highlight this talented legend that was built in the city of Memphis. And here at the Overton Park Shell, we are fortunate to say that he actually performed for the first time ever on the Overton Park Shell stage, July 30th, 1954. Slim Whitman, a different artist, kind of country blues-esque artist, was actually scheduled to headline, and Elvis Presley was only supposed to be the opener. In fact, on the bill, they spelled his name wrong. They spelled it Ellis Presley, but he got on stage, did his thing, wiggled his hips in a way that plenty of people had not seen before. And that really jump-started his fame and his fortune and his legacy in the city of Memphis. And so we really get to stake a claim that Elvis, a star, was born on this stage July 30th, 1954. And so people can really go behind the scenes of what that event looked like. And all of the other players have contributed to the history and the legacy of our historic stage at the Overton Park Shell. And they can do so during our backstage experience tours, which are sponsored by Huey's Restaurants. Thankfully, they've embedded themselves in our history and our legacy here at the Overton Park Shell. And so you can go literally behind our stage, see photos, see visuals, and get more of an in-depth overview of the stars, including Elvis Presley, who have took our stage over the years.
That is a great piece of history, Shelby, and it is well documented in the Elvis movie that came out a couple of years ago, where you see people almost fainting because of how Elvis.
The girls didn't know what to
moved his
do with
hips.
themselves.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't know. They had never seen anything like that before, and certainly well documented on how impactful that concert was, for sure. I love that, though. July 30th, 1954. Wow, certainly.
Absolutely.
A cool historic memory here for all Memphians and Mid-Southerners. So what else is happening across the this week as we lead up to the fall concert series later this month?
Yes. So on August 23rd, the Orion Financial Free Concert Series will be back in action. And, we are kicking off that concert series with a legendary act, the Stax Music Academy. They bring people to the lawn year after year, such talented students that we get to steward here at our historic stage. And so super excited to bring them back on August 23rd. But then continuing throughout the rest of the fall until October 23rd, people can expect live music every single weekend here at their favorite backyard music venue in the city of Memphis. We are so excited to have people on our lawn. And, Shell on Wheels, we're going to be everywhere and anywhere throughout the duration of the rest of this year. I know that we will be headed over to Rhodes College to welcome in their new freshmen during Welcome Week. I believe that's this Friday. It's a free event. People can come to the lawn, experience free music there at Rhodes College. But, we've got plenty of things for people to do between our Backstage Experience Tour, the Financial Free Concert Series that's coming up, our free weekly workouts courtesy of Baptist Memorial Healthcare via our Baptist Health and Wellness Series. So plenty of things for people to do, plenty to mark your calendar with. And we hope people just join us for music and movement and experiences here at our Midtown Music Venue.
I love it. So many great positive things happening, Shelby. Can you give out your website one more time so everybody gets an idea and they can download the playlist of the free concert series this fall, some of the bands and acts coming?
Absolutely. All of our information can be found out at overtonparkshell.org. If you're looking to book a tour, you can do that at overtonparkshell.org/tours. All of our tours are 16 per person. We have tours for single groups, like 2 to 3 or 4 or 5 people, but I believe the max for a tour is about 16 people. So you can fit a lot of people and get a lot of knowledge here through that. And to keep up with Shell on Wheels, it's overtonparkshell.org/Shell on Wheels. So definitely go to our website, like you said, download our playlist to see what artists are going to be taking our stage. And, I don't know if people know this, but next year we will be celebrating our 90th anniversary. And so the city of Memphis has been a part of this historic legacy for so long. So if you have any photos that are kind of hanging out in your basement or in your attic or things like that, or any Shell related memorabilia that you would love to share with us as we continue to highlight the history of the Shell, please make sure to reach out to us at info@overtonparkshell.org. And we would love, 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 love to showcase your narrative and your story alongside our historic story as well.
Yes, absolutely. 1936 to 2026, 90 years of Overton Park Shell history. Shelby Smith, thank you so much for joining us, as always, on the Digital Desk. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. See you guys soon.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are in some of the hottest days of the summer, certainly the dog days of summer, where temperatures are in the triple digits when you combine the heat and humidity. And just because they are here, just because summer is heating up, doesn't mean that you have to pause your workout routine if you like to be outside and work out. There's so many Mid-Southerners that do that. So joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I have the pleasure of introducing Mariah Lamatina, a fitness trainer at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, to talk about what we can do to still get that exercise bump and yet withstand some of these hot and humid conditions. Mariah, good morning. Where do we start when it comes to having that perfect exercise routine while staying safe in these dangerously hot conditions? Good morning.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here and share. I am actually experiencing my first true Memphis summer here. So I am applying all the stuff that I know and that I'm learning from everyone around here at Lifetime to make sure that I stay safe in this ridiculously hot heat here. I don't know if you guys have noticed where you live. It's really hot.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, all you got to do is go outside and you immediately get smacked in the face with it. And you know, I mean, the best idea would be to just do a workout inside. But I know that there's a lot of people, you know, my wife included, who just enjoys going outside and working out outdoors, either running or jogging, that sort of thing. So what would be your advice if someone wants to do that, even though we have these hot temperatures?
You're exactly right. I mean, my first choice, if I could choose, would be to come into your nearest Lifetime and take advantage of all of our amenities here. You can drop the kids off in the Kids Academy. You can do an indoor class workout with one of our awesome performers or hang out on the strength floor. And then, you know, once your workout's done, maybe you're finding that indoor pickleball court or taking the kids out to the pool and playing in the fun sun out there. That would be my top choice if it were me in the next little bit of time this year. But if you can't do that, or if you want to, I am a cyclist, so obviously that takes me out on the road. There are a lot of tips that you can do to make sure that you stay safe and enjoy your workouts even when you have to be outside. So first of all, I would say hydration starts long before your actual workout. So you want to make sure that you stay hydrated. You can lose 1 to 2 ounces of fluid in intense workouts. So you want to make sure that you are building that fluid up in your body before, during, and after your workouts to make sure that you stay safe. The water that you lose is not just water. So when you sweat, it is losing minerals and electrolytes as well. So I pulled out some of our awesome Lifetime nutrition supplements that we have here. Our LTH Hydrate is my go-to. I have all my clients drinking this. This is my spicy margarita flavor, which is my favorite right now. But that is going to replenish some of the sodium, potassium, magnesium, things like that, that you are also losing in your sweat.
Great advice there. I love it, Mariah. I mean, and you're right. I mean, it's so important to maintain that hydration way before you go out and exercise. And I know a lot of people try to beat the heat, as many people say, by working out either in the early morning or late in the evening. Would you recommend that?
Yes. I think early morning, get it done before the sun is just beating down on you. It's going to be a great way to start your day and your routine anyway, before work and kids and things get busy. Life happens and we find reasons to not get it in anyway. So get up, get it in early. That's going to be the coolest time of the morning. I've been walking at night as well, but it's not cool until I don't even know if it gets cool, if I would consider it 8 or 9 p.m. cool anymore, but that will be your safest times of the day if you can plan for that.
You know, I know a lot of times we want to wear, skin protection, SPF, 30 or higher. But, a lot of times I hear the complaints that if you wear a lot of, sunscreen out there, it just makes you sweat even more. And then you can't reapply while you're working out and it's a big pain. I mean, where do you stand on that?
I am all about sun protection. You can see this blonde, fair skin here needs it. So I recommend doing it, even if it's not the most comfortable thing for you, making sure it's a high quality sunscreen with, like you said, 30 to 50 or more would be great in the SPF range. And then also you can wear light clothing. Sweat wicking fabric is great because it's going to keep you drier, and light clothing, right? Because you're going to bake if you just try to wear that really dark clothing in the bright sun.
Yeah, good point there. Where do people, do you think, Mariah, make the biggest mistakes when it comes to exercising outdoors?
Probably focusing on the intensity of the workout and not listening to your body. So that is the most important topic that I can address today. You want to always listen to those warning signs. Your body is trying to tell you how it's feeling. And if you're just deciding to push through for the sake of one workout, that's not going to help you in the long run. We're working out for health. We're working out for longevity. We're not just trying to check off this one intense workout. So make sure that you know the signs that your body is telling you if you're starting to feel a headache or you're starting to get cramps. You know that that dehydration is probably there and you're going to need some electrolytes and some water to hydrate. If you start getting past that point, heat exhaustion is real and you can start feeling more symptoms, more intense symptoms where you're feeling dizzy or you're even sweating more profusely than you were before. And then that can even go into heat stroke, which is an incredibly dangerous medical condition where you actually stop sweating. Your body needs to sweat. It needs to be hydrated enough to sweat, to cool your body down. But once it gets to that point of not being able to cool you down enough, it's going to stop and you're going to have some serious problems. So just listen to those really early signs, hydrate well before, during, and after. Make sure you never even get to those points.
Good advice, Mariah. Anything else before we let you go with regards to hydrating, water, electrolytes, anything?
I think those are the big things. Just be careful, listen to your body. One workout is not worth, destroying everything that you've been working for and getting sick. So just making sure that you're replacing those electrolytes. Water, the recommended dosage is usually half of your body weight in ounces for a general rule of thumb, which is great. So if you were 160 pounds, you would want to drink about 80 ounces of water a day. But when you are out in the heat, that is just not going to be enough. So you want to make sure that you're drinking about 16 to 20 ounces of water during that workout. Make sure you're rehydrating every hour so that you really stay healthy and hydrated and safe. I don't know if we should talk about urine on the news, although I have Crohn's disease, so I usually end up talking about all kinds of things on my conversations with my clients. But if you check your urine color, that is going to tell you a lot. Your body is trying to tell you. So if it's light and pale, you are doing good, you're drinking well. But if it starts to get into that darker amber color, you really want to be careful and make sure you're getting those fluids in. Oops, I'm sorry, I lost.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I lost audio there for it. Now I can hear you.
No, what I was saying is the color of the urine is very important. Again, that's one of your your body is telling you, hey, look, you got a problem, or you're in the clear. When you talk about spicy margaritas to hydrate, maybe people get the wrong impression. But no, we're talking about the actual right. We're talking about electrolytes and the mix there. So no, totally get it. Really appreciate this, Mariah. Thank you for joining us on the Digital Desk, just to kind of give everybody friendly reminders out there, refresher on how to stay safe in this heat if you do want to exercise outside. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. And if you can move it inside over the next couple weeks, I would prefer to do that for the most part. We have a Lifetime app that actually is free for members and non-members, and that you can download and get all kinds of free classes and content. That's also where you can find our supplements, and you don't have to be a member to take advantage of those supplements either. So just drop in the app and maybe find a workout that you can do in your home and stay out of that heat when it is those crazy heat advisories here.
No question about it, Mariah. Lama Tina joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hopefully you're having a fantastic Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill, and this is going to be a pretty typical August day of weather ahead from the perspective of our temperatures and our rain chances, and seeing some clouds develop during the afternoon hours. Futurecast, as we move into the afternoon, it does have some clouds around here, and I think we will see a couple of isolated showers around. Not anticipating any sort of significant issues to arise here as Futurecast gets rolling along here. You can see those little spotty showers just to the east of really, I guess, Walnut for that matter here, moving from Benton into Tippah County. And those showers and storms will be kind of just coming and going here really at random from the afternoon into the evening and even into the overnight hours. Notice Futurecast even has some of those showers and storms coming close to the Tennessee River and even into Middle Tennessee by the time the early morning hours on Wednesday do arrive here. So overall, it's going to be a day filled with temperatures that will be into the 90s for those afternoon highs. Some middle to lower 90s across the board here, and these are very close to average. 96 degrees, the expected high temperature for Tunica, the hot spot on the map. 90 degrees for Corinth, the cool spot on the map. Everybody else between that, including 94 degrees for West Memphis, 93 in Brownsville, and 93 degrees specifically in Bluff City. Partly cloudy skies, some isolated showers and thunderstorms will be around, but we're not expecting any sort of severe weather. Some of those showers can linger into tomorrow morning and even through the overnight hours, but overall, most of us are going to stay dry throughout the duration of the night. Middle 70s expected with some partly cloudy skies. Good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, so this way you could check out the latest and greatest as far as that forecast goes and the interactive radar. That is always good to check out. You could do so by scanning that QR code and being able to upload it to your mobile device here around the Mid-South. Always a good thing to check out. One thing we are keeping an eye on is Tropical Storm Erin. This was named on Monday morning here. It still is a tropical storm here on Wednesday, or on Tuesday rather, but we are seeing this move itself to the west here at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. It does have 45-mile-per-hour sustained winds, and it will continue to move itself to the west rather quickly throughout the span of not only the work week, but even into the weekend. By the time we move into Thursday, it is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane with those 75-mile-per-hour winds. And notice as far as the numbers that are on your screen here, that represents what the category of hurricane it is expected to be. Before it does reach hurricane status, though, notice how that's an open-faced sort of emblem there. That is indicating that it is a tropical storm here. But by the time we move into the weekend, specifically on Sunday, it is expected to be a Category 3 hurricane. The general anticipation is that this is going to make a pretty close run to the east coast of the United States and then eventually curve back out. Now, how close of a track it does have, it's still very much to be determined here, especially since by the time it would move itself closer to the eastern United States, we're talking about the middle of next week. So obviously a lot of things can change between now and then. And while I don't anticipate that to be an issue whatsoever for the Mid-South, if you have any sort of vacation travel plans to the coastal Carolinas, to Virginia, and really into the Northeast as well, the coastal Northeast. Good idea to keep an eye out for that. But as I said, that doesn't look to really make potential impacts to the eastern seaboard of the United States until we move into the middle of next week. As far as we have locally, high temperatures. They are going to bottom out a little bit here for Wednesday, but really between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even into Friday, we will be near average. And that's not to say at 95, 96 degrees is significantly above average, but it is going to start to feel a bit hotter around the Mid-South as well. There is the possibility for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we could see some heated advisories issued throughout the Mid-South here. So keep an eye out for that. Saturday and Sunday, more specifically, afternoon highs of 95 degrees. Some isolated showers are possible, as are partly cloudy skies. What you expect for August, that's the forecast here ahead, and that's also really the case over the next 7 days around the Mid-South. Wednesday holds the best chance of rain, a 40% chance on Wednesday, 30% chances for Tuesday and Thursday, and then some 20% chances for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And temperatures that will be pretty close to average, if not slightly above average, including those overnight lows. So moral of the story, good idea to download the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. Watch out for some of those showers and storms that will be around over the next few days, but be ready for some hotter temperatures ahead as we move towards Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, you've seen the headlines this week. It is about 28-year-old Austin Drummond and the charges against him. And we're talking about four charges regarding first-degree murder and an abandonment charge, as well as an aggravated kidnapping charge in relation to the 7-month-old baby girl that was left abandoned in a Dyer County yard. This is a case that has gained national attention, and we reported that prosecutors in this case are seeking the death penalty. So what can we expect over the course of the next 6 months, 12 months, and beyond? Let's bring in someone in the know when it comes to these kind of cases. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by criminal defense attorney in Memphis, Phil Harvey, joining me now to give us some legal insight into this case. And Phil, I appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk. So you've been following this case now. It's just kind of beginning with regards to court proceedings and court arraignments. What do we expect for those of us who follow these kind of cases intently over the next 6 to 12 months? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. So you're absolutely right. The prosecution's office has stated that they will seek the death penalty. There are still a few procedural steps before they can officially declare this a death case. Right now, the case is in general sessions, and Mr. Drummond has a right to a preliminary hearing. How quickly he gets counsel and whether or not he makes that decision to request a preliminary hearing with his counsel will be a factor. If there's a preliminary hearing, the state will need to present some evidence at that preliminary hearing stage about why they suspect Mr. Drummond is connected to this crime. After that, there will need to be an indictment. That indictment can take 1 to 6 months, depending on the complexity of a case. After the indictment, then that's when the state can actually file their official notice to seek the death penalty. The discovery begins, and then the pretrial litigation begins in circuit court.
I was watching the proceedings yesterday, and this was the first time we saw him in a courtroom, and it sounded like the judge appointed an attorney for him out of Covington. I don't know if you watched a little bit of those proceedings yesterday. What does that mean? Does that mean he is getting kind of an attorney that's essentially appointed by the state, and I get that feeling, but what does that mean in terms of going forward? Does that change anything?
Well, Andrew, the normal course of action on a case this serious would be to make sure that he has an attorney right away. And so most judges in that situation are going to appoint a lawyer, whether it is from the public defender's office or from the private bar. what may happen after that is Mr. Drummond's and his family may or may not seek private counsel, and the judge may or may not give them much time to seek private counsel. Mr. Drummond's, again, has the right to that preliminary hearing within 14 days, and the state and the judge don't have to give him much longer than that in order to move the case forward. So it could move very quickly through the preliminary hearing stage, in which case it would then be out of General Sessions Court pending the grand jury review and the indictment, or things might slow down depending on Mr. Drummond's conversations with his appointed lawyer and whether or not he seeks to hire private counsel.
How much does his past come up in these type of situations? You know, we know what he's accused of: 4 murders of one family, the abandonment of a 7-month-old child in a stranger's yard in neighboring Dyer County. But he has certainly a long criminal past. How much does that play in court proceedings?
It'll play a huge factor in this case, Andrew. First of all, it is going to and most immediately come into the judge's consideration of bond. Right now he's being held without bond. In Tennessee, he has a constitutional right to a bond, which is a little bit different in federal court. In federal court, they can have a detention order and hold someone indefinitely without any bond. In state court here in Tennessee, because that right to a bond is enshrined in the Tennessee Constitution, essentially judges will use high bond amounts as a proxy or a substitute for a detention order. And so that's the first stage, the first step in which his criminal history will come into effect. And in a death penalty case, his criminal history will have a huge role in basically virtually every step of the proceedings. They are, for one, it's an aggravating factor, which is a basis for the state to seek the death penalty. And 2, I think, especially considering that he was tried as an adult or transferred as an adult for his 2013 Circle K robbery and convicted of an adult crime as a teenager, that's going to play into the arguments of both the prosecution and the defense. The prosecution arguing that he deserves to die, and the defense arguing essentially, we don't deserve to kill him, that we've failed him as a society.
So I was just going to ask, the death penalty and the reasons behind the prosecution seeking the death penalty, is it one of those things because he's accused of killing 4 family members, or is it a culmination of, as you just mentioned, crimes that's plagued his life throughout his lifetime, I guess you could say, and these charges that he's currently facing?
Both can be both and either. And so the way the statute for the death penalty works in Tennessee, the state has to prove at least one aggravating factor. The aggravating factor can be his criminal history. It can also be the heinousness of the current crime. And I would imagine that the Office for the Prosecutor is going to mention both, as well as any others they can find when they go to file that notice.
The other people involved in this case right now, Phil, are being charged with accessories after the fact of first-degree murder. How serious are those cases, and does a lot of it depend on whether or not Austin Drummond is convicted?
A lot of it does depend on whether or not he's convicted. Typically, what you will see is the state will hold those cases as, for one, they may speak to these other co-defendants' attorneys to see if they want to cooperate against Mr. Drummond's. And so if they signal their willingness to cooperate, then their cases may just be held open until his case is resolved. If none of them cooperate, it's potentially the kind of situation where the prosecutor may even decide to go to trial on their cases first, sometimes because they want to. And there's so many. It's hard to answer that question succinctly because there are so many different variables at play in which cases the prosecution decides to try first, which cases they're able to get ready for trial first. Typically, it takes a lot longer to get a capital death penalty case ready for trial, and who's cooperating, who's not cooperating, what is the overall defense strategy. But I do expect we will see these other cases for these co-defendants factor into a lot of the consideration as we move forward over the next 12 to 18 months.
Final question, Phil. Over the next 12 to 18 months, is that the kind of tenure we're expecting here? Is it going to be perhaps longer than that, 2 years? Could it be shorter than that? What's your best estimate?
My best guess in Lake County would be 12 to 18 months. However, as I mentioned, there's just a lot more that goes into a death penalty case. It could easily take longer. I would expect a case like this to take longer than 18 months in a jurisdiction with a higher volume of cases like Memphis, Shelby County. Lake County, like many of the rural counties, tends to move faster, but it's going to be very difficult, I think, for the state to get this ready and tried within 12 months.
Phil Harmey, criminal defense attorney in the city of Memphis. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk and offering that legal insight. Very valuable information for our audience. Thank you.
Thanks for
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I have an incredible, I got to tell you something that's happening. We know that the football season's rapidly approaching. We got the NFL, we got the college football season, a lot of people anticipating that. But locally here in Memphis and the Mid-South, high school football is a big deal. We know that, okay? And this morning on the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to tell somebody about our local high school football season. I am doing something on the fly here because something is not wired properly, but I will be momentarily. So, as I was saying, college football is certainly no joke here in Memphis and the Mid-South. And the town of Collierville is doing something extraordinary this year. It's almost like a college game day that they are experiencing August 23rd for the first home football game. They're going to have all kinds of fans. They're going to have tailgating, lots of entertainment on a stage. And joining me now to talk about the fanfare and this experience called the Collierville's Big Saturday Kickoff, Greg Hollenbeck, the president of the Collierville High School Football Booster Club, joining me on the Action News 5 digital desk. So, Greg, tell me about this. How did this idea, first off, come about? It sounds amazing. Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yeah, it's actually very exciting. And how it came about really is just because we're trying to think of a way to make Collierville more with that college football atmosphere like you were talking about. And so we said, well, we got to move a game to a Saturday because Friday night is really hard for people to tailgate, getting off work and all that stuff. But a Saturday, we could do it. Problem is, as you said, college football is huge in the South, and we conflict with that. Everybody will stay home and watch their college teams. So this game will actually be the Saturday before college football season starts. So we're expecting a huge crowd. We want everybody out there. We're going to have a live broadcast on YouTube, kind of like that game day atmosphere. And also we're going to have live music coming in from Nashville on a big stage. We'll have a kids zone with bounce houses and lots of food trucks. We're going to have fireworks. It's going to be fun for every family member. And we want the whole town of Collierville there and anybody that wants to come out and see what Collierville football is about.
I love it, Greg. I love it. And so, I was just showing the flyer with this here, and it looks amazing. So you have everything right here on this flyer. I mean, this is Collierville versus East Nashville. This is Saturday, August 23rd, high noon there. And food trucks, games for everybody, live performances, the Dragon Walk with the team, and the big game. I mean, this is modeled after, what, a big noon kickoff or college game day, something to that effect, isn't it?
Yeah, something to that effect. We can't exactly call it what they call it, but we love the atmosphere of both the shows, and that's what we want to present. And like we said, making it that college atmosphere, not just for the fans, but also these players. You know, a lot of these players, most high school players aren't going to go play college football, so this is their chance to experience what it's like to be in that college environment.
You know, more and more you see the college game becoming more like the pros, and you see the high school game becoming more like a college. And here we are tailgating, having this kind of pregame fun and live music, entertainment on a stage. But, you know, this is something that I think has been in the works for a while. You see it just kind of gradually getting more enjoyable for everybody out there, right?
Yes, and we try to be innovative from the beginning with just how we add our intro when the team comes out with fireworks and the smoke, and sometimes we go lights out with our hype video and the jumbotron. All that is college atmosphere, and we want to show. So, like I said, the team's coming in from Nashville. Let's show Nashville and the rest of the state of Tennessee how we do football in West Tennessee.
I love it. I love it. And so this is a picture right here of this is explain what this is to our viewers. This is them coming out of the tunnel, the team, right?
Yeah. So that's them as we run out, to music, and we have the cryo smoke shooting out as they run out, and fireworks shooting up in the air as they run out. And like we said, this is the same stuff you'll see at University of Memphis, at Ole Miss, at Mississippi State. And we're trying to put that environment right here in high school football.
Sounds fantastic. So, again, this is Saturday, August 23rd. Noon is the time on the schedule. What time is the actual game?
The actual game's at 6 o'clock. And obviously, the whole day is going to be huge. But we want people to come to the game, too. That's the main thing. We're going to have a really good team this year. We got a heavy senior class. We're loaded with talent on offense and defense. Joe Riccone, the head coach, has been there a while. This is where he played high school football, and he's got this team in a good place. I was at practice yesterday. They're looking really good. We look fast, and so we're hoping to make a good run in the state this year.
Fantastic, Greg. This sounds fantastic. And again, this is open to everybody in the town of Collierville and beyond. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
Yes.
Did you?
Nothing really.
Did you
just please come out and enjoy it. And like you said, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say anything else before we let you go, Greg.
Oh, yeah. So I'll just say, like you said, everybody's welcome to come out. We want to show you what Collierville football is about and how we're doing football in West Tennessee, and what a good program Coach Riccone's putting together there. So come out. It's going to be lots of fun for the kids, the whole family, and to watch some really good high school football.
Fantastic. All right. Greg Hollenbach, the president of the Collierville High School Football Booster Club, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk, talking about big Saturday kickoff in the town of Collierville, August 23rd. Festivities begin at noon with the game at 6 o'clock. Greg, thank you so much for coming on, and good luck on an amazing season ahead. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Andrew. We'll see you Saturday, August 23rd.
You got it, Greg. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Government reports state that there are hundreds of thousands of people in our country who are being human trafficked right now. This is happening in plain sight. And on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I want to talk with someone that can help us kind of recognize those signs. I am joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Brandy Bynum. She works at the Center for Countering Human Trafficking. She joins us on the Digital Desk to talk about this problem, this issue. What are the signs we can recognize and how we can report it? Brandy, good morning to you. So let's talk and get into this. How can we report these signs? How bad of an issue is it? And what should we be looking for? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So today is World Day Against Trafficking in Person. So it's the perfect day to have a conversation like this. So first, I'd like to talk about what human trafficking actually is. It's the use of force, fraud, or coercion for somebody trying to obtain a commercial sex act or labor. And so that's the first thing, is that human trafficking is both sex trafficking and labor trafficking. And you mentioned at the top that it's a global issue. So it's happening right here in the United States, in our cities, big and small, our suburbs and our rural areas. And it's affecting men, women, and children.
Yeah, no question about it. I want to get into some of the issues, though, that ways that we can report it and spot it.
Absolutely. So some indicators that members of the public may be able to recognize is someone who doesn't have possession of their personal identification. We've seen that traffickers will take somebody's license or their passport to maintain control over them so they can't move about. Someone who may show signs of physical abuse, so various signs of bruising, or show signs of malnourishment. Someone who looks disheveled. Someone who doesn't have eye contact when you're holding a conversation with them, or their answers feel scripted. So those are some indicators that members of the public may recognize from a victim of human trafficking.
Okay, and if we see this, Brandy, what do we do? How do we report something like this?
Absolutely. So I encourage our viewers today to report to the DHS tip line. We investigate over 400 crimes here at Homeland Security Investigations, human trafficking being one of them. So individuals can report to federal law enforcement anonymously 24/7. Our hotline is available in multiple languages. If you potentially recognize a victim or may be a victim after hearing some of the indicators that we discussed today, I encourage you to call the National Human Trafficking Hotline. They provide and have contacts all over the U.S. with service providers that can provide housing, food, shelter, water, medical care. And so those are two hotlines, a hotline and a tip line that I recommend calling if you recognize human trafficking.
Let's talk about maybe some common myths out there, some things that people don't necessarily agree with when it comes to human trafficking that you want to dispel right now.
Absolutely. So we already talked about human trafficking happening here in the United States. You wouldn't believe the amount of people that I talk to across the nation that don't believe that it happens here. Number two is that it doesn't just happen to women and girls. It absolutely happens to men and boys. It's just unreported in that demographic. I mentioned labor trafficking. Labor trafficking is actually more prevalent across the world versus sex trafficking. But we typically talk about sex trafficking because it's easier to spot those indicators. And so there are millions of people across the globe, including here in the United States, especially in our rural areas, that are being labor trafficked, whether it's in restaurants or at hospitality or in agriculture on farms or at construction sites. And these people are forced to work long hours. They are forced to work with little or no pay, inhumane working conditions. And then I would say the last one is the difference between human trafficking and human smuggling. I see that getting mixed up all the time. So human trafficking is a crime against a person. Human smuggling is a crime against the border, and it involves transportation. So when it comes to human trafficking, somebody can be human trafficked right from their home. They don't necessarily have to be kidnapped or being moved from place to place.
I appreciate you explaining the difference there, Brandy. Thank you so much. So how can communities, how can just everyday Americans, how can we take action and prevent human trafficking?
The number one thing is to get educated about the crime. So we've talked in the couple minutes that we've had together this morning about what the crime is, some indicators, but there is not enough time in this segment to talk about all the things. So I encourage people to go visit our website at dhs.gov/blue campaign to get more information. Our campaign is federally funded. So everything that we have and everything that we provide is absolutely free. Last year, we sent out over 2.8 million pieces of public awareness material. So whether that was posters or indicator cards or toolkits, please just visit our website. We have all different things on there for people to either download and print at home, or we'll ship to you for free. Free training. We'll even send people out from my team to come talk to your community members or your school groups, young people, old people, whoever, just to get the word out. So education is key. And just have a conversation with somebody about human trafficking, because I think the more we talk about it and we reduce the stigma about the crime, the more lives we could potentially help save.
You know, Brandy, I saw a number that said hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S. Are suspected of being human trafficked. Is that accurate? What numbers are you seeing?
It's actually much higher than that. Globally, we're looking at a little over 27 million people that human trafficking affects. And so I know that's a very large number, but we have to remember that human trafficking is comprised of both sex trafficking and labor trafficking. So we talked a little bit about labor trafficking with the long hours, the no wages, but we also have to talk about forced labor in the supply chain. So we have to be smart consumers, because there's a lot of things that we may purchase from overseas, off of different platforms that may be produced by forced labor. So I like to think if something is super cheap, if I'm buying a $1 shirt, that person who made the shirt is probably getting pennies to the dollar. And so when we talk about how trafficking affects us globally and even here in the United States, we have to include that piece about the forced labor in the supply chain, in addition to domestic forced labor and sex trafficking.
Brandy, I just want to reiterate for our audience, we have thousands of people watching right now. If someone has no personal ID, if they look like they've been physically abused, maybe different kinds of black and blue marks, that sort of thing, if they're disheveled and no eye contact, those are all signs of human trafficking. Anything else you want to mention to our audience right now? We broadcast in the Memphis area, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas.
Yeah, so in addition to those indicators, another physical indicator could be branding. So we know that traffickers may tattoo their victims with either their name or their group signature. So if you see a group of people with the same tattoo and it doesn't look like a friendship tattoo, that could be an indicator as well. Also encourage the viewers to not approach a potential victim of human trafficking. If you are not law enforcement, please do not intervene. That is why we have the hotline number. That is why we have the tip line number. And if you think that somebody is in immediate danger, please call 911.
Okay, Brandy Bynum, we appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. An eye-opening interview for sure. Thank you for all the information you've given to us, and we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. And we wish you all the best in this position that you're in right now to kind of combat and bring down the numbers of human trafficking all across the country and the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk on this gorgeous day, a great day and a great morning with Talisa Franklin joining us to talk more about all the amazing events she is going to tell us about right now. I know there's so many amazing events, Talisa, and I know you got them going on a Tuesday. Good morning.
Great morning to you, my brother. Listen, as always, we always have something great going on in the Bluff City, Memphis, Tennessee. I keep telling people we have it going on, and there's always something great to do, positive to do, that highlights our culture. Just enjoy. So let me tell y'all, this Saturday, all roads, get your golf clubs, get it ready, baby. It's the All Roads Lead to the Celebrity Golf event. Let me tell you, this event is a annual event that is sponsored by Shelby County Commissioner Mikhail Lowry, the 5th annual Celebrity Golf Tournament. Let me tell you, this golf tournament is just not a great time just to tee off and have a good time in the morning on a Saturday morning, but it's more so a way to raise awareness and to raise money for the great HBCU College LLC, baby. And so I get excited about this event each and every year. And this year, y'all, even for the day party, we have live performance by Michelle, baby. And it's going to be a great time. So listen, it all starts for our golfers, it's going to check in at 8 o'clock. Come on and bring your tees. You don't get your tees, just come out and just hang out so we can raise money for Lemoyne on College. And then listen, the day party starts at 11 a.m. It's going to be a great time of fellowship and with other people that love Memphis, love LOC, and we want to do it together. So this Saturday, August 16th, for the Mikhail Lowry 5th annual Celebrity Golf Tournament. I hope and pray that I see you there as we raise money for benefiting Lemoyne on College. We know that's our HBCU college right here in the city of Memphis. And so we want to make sure we are celebrating and supporting, and we're grateful for this event. This Saturday, y'all, all golfers check in at 8, coming to the day party, check in at 11. Let's have a good time this Saturday. And then I want you to make plans to put on your calendar on August the 21st is Coffee and Conversations. Now, if you know anything about me, Coffee and Conversations, we're always talking about Mid-South transplant, about organ and tissue donation. I am always proud to say it was 4 of my family members are living today because of transplantation, and I have 1 now that's on a waiting list. And so I'm excited for this conversation to be taking place at Coffee Black at 761 National, Memphis, Tennessee, 38122 in the Heights area. It's going to happen from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Everybody is welcome. Let's have some coffee and let's talk about the conversations of how we keep building awareness about organ and tissue donations. There are so many people, unfortunately, are awaiting the life-saving transplant, and it's going to take us to talk about it and say yes to organ tissue donation. So let's get here. August 21st, Coffee Black, 761. Let's have Mid-South Transplant and Donate Life, Coffee and Conversation. I will be there the entire time because it's a celebration of National Minority Donor Awareness Month. So I'll be there. Hope to see you there as well. And then I want to make note for August the 23rd, who dropped me? Who dropped you? Let me tell you, I have seen the witness of Mrs. Hill Plays, the writer of Overflow Productions, and they are stellar. And not only that, you have an array of young people. So I want to remind people, if you have not gotten your ticket, scan that little code and let's support Overflow Productions. A fall can change everything. So who dropped you? But I'm telling you, it's going to be a great play. I cannot wait to witness it. And I want you to be there. It is going to be at Abundance Grace Fellowship Church right there on Shelby Drive. It is going to be Saturday, August the 23rd at 3 p.m. Listen, get your tickets. If you need group tickets, call the number on the flyer because we all have dealt with some betrayal, some broken hearts, broken dreams, and some rejection. But you know what? I know that there's a God that brings us through it all. So listen, get to the play. Who dropped you? Make sure you get there on Saturday, August the 23rd. So this week, y'all, coming up, we got the Celebrity Golf Tournament. Next week, we got coffee and conversation, and then we're going to close it out with who dropped you. All right, you got to be there. These great things is happening in our city, and they're all led by great, amazing individuals that is in Memphis, Tennessee, that cares about us, Andrew. That means something when people care enough about us to put on quality events so we can have something to do.
Absolutely. And you coming on the digital desk, letting us all know, the thousands of people who watch us each and every morning, about all these great events. Talisa Franklin, thanks so much for making time with us each and every week. We appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Love you all. Bye.
Love you too. All right. Another live look from our High Five camera as we go to break here on this beautiful Tuesday morning. 80 degrees already at 8:34. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Hopefully you're having a fantastic Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill, and this is going to be a pretty typical August day of weather ahead from the perspective of our temperatures and our rain chances, and seeing some clouds develop during the afternoon hours. Futurecast, as we move into the afternoon, it does have some clouds around here, and I think we will see a couple of isolated showers around. Not anticipating any sort of significant issues to arise here as Futurecast gets rolling along here. You can see those little spotty showers just to the east of really, I guess, Walnut for that matter here, moving from Benton into Tippah County. And those showers and storms will be kind of just coming and going here really at random from the afternoon into the evening and even into the overnight hours. Notice Futurecast even has some of those showers and storms coming close to the Tennessee River and even into Middle Tennessee by the time the early morning hours on Wednesday do arrive here. So overall, it's going to be a day filled with temperatures that will be into the 90s for those afternoon highs. Some middle to lower 90s across the board here, and these are very close to average. 96 degrees, the expected high temperature for Tunica, the hot spot on the map. 90 degrees for Corinth, the cool spot on the map. Everybody else between that, including 94 degrees for West Memphis, 93 in Brownsville, and 93 degrees specifically in Bluff City. Partly cloudy skies, some isolated showers and thunderstorms will be around, but we're not expecting any sort of severe weather. Some of those showers can linger into tomorrow morning and even through the overnight hours, but overall, most of us are going to stay dry throughout the duration of the night. Middle 70s expected with some partly cloudy skies. Good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app so this way you could check out the latest and greatest as far as that forecast goes and the interactive radar. That is always good to check out. You could do so by scanning that QR code and being able to upload it to your mobile device here around the Mid-South. Always a good thing to check out. One thing we are keeping an eye on is Tropical Storm Erin. This was named on Monday morning here. It still is a tropical storm here on Wednesday, or on Tuesday rather, but we are seeing this move itself to the west here at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. It does have 45 mile per hour sustained winds, and it will continue to move itself to the west rather quickly throughout the span of not only the work week, but even into the weekend. By the time we move into Thursday, it is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane with those 75 mile per hour winds. And notice as far as the numbers that are on your screen here, that represents what the category of hurricane it is expected to be. Before it does reach hurricane status, though, notice how that's an open-faced sort of emblem there. That is indicating that it is a tropical storm here. But by the time we move into the weekend, specifically on Sunday, it is expected to be a Category 3 hurricane. The general anticipation is that this is going to make a pretty close run to the east coast of the United States and then eventually curve back out. Now, how close of a track it does have, it's still very much to be determined here, especially since by the time it would move itself closer to the eastern United States, we're talking about the middle of next week. So obviously a lot of things can change between now and then. And while I don't anticipate that to be an issue whatsoever for the Mid-South, if you have any sort of vacation travel plans to the coastal Carolinas, to Virginia and really into the Northeast as well, the coastal Northeast. Good idea to keep an eye out for that. But as I said, that doesn't look to really make potential impacts to the eastern seaboard of the United States until we move into the middle of next week. As far as we have locally, high temperatures. They are going to bottom out a little bit here for Wednesday, but really between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even into Friday, we will be near average. And that's not to say at 95, 96 degrees is significantly above average, but it is going to start to feel a bit hotter around the Mid-South as well. There is the possibility for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we could see some heat advisories issued throughout the Mid-South here. So keep an eye out for that. Saturday and Sunday, more specifically, afternoon highs of 95 degrees. Some isolated showers are possible, as are partly cloudy skies. What you expect for August, that's the forecast here ahead, and that's also really the case over the next 7 days around the Mid-South. Wednesday holds the best chance of rain, a 40% chance on Wednesday, 30% chances for Tuesday and Thursday, and then some 20% chances for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and temperatures that will be pretty close to average, if not slightly above average, including those overnight lows. So moral of the story, good idea to download the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Watch out for some of those showers and storms that will be around over the next few days, but be ready for some hotter temperatures ahead as we move towards Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
To the Action News 5 digital desk. We've heard so much about no tax on tips. It was actually signed into law in the big, beautiful bill that President Trump signed earlier this month. But what does that mean for the tens of thousands of service workers all across Memphis and the Mid-South? And who's eligible? How much money could you save? And how do you keep track of it all? Well, these are all great questions, and I'm happy to be joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Memphis employment attorney Alan Crone joining us once again. So, Alan, I know that you probably get a lot of questions with regards to this issue. Where do we begin on this? What do you tell some of those clients, perhaps people who call you and ask, hey, does no tax on tips apply to me? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me on. I'm glad to be here. Yeah, let's get right to it. I mean, basically, no tax on tips applies to anybody who gets tipped, whether it's restaurant service workers, valets, anyone like that who receives tips. There's also no tax on overtime. So that's a big benefit for some of those same workers who work overtime, might be eligible for time and a half. There's no tax on that. Of course, that's a much larger universe of folks. So, the big, beautiful bill for working people was beautiful because this is going to save real working people money from taxes and hopefully will, now, you mentioned, keeping up with it. Now, you got to keep up with it in case you're ever audited because there is a cap on it. It's about $25,000 of tips. So you're taxed on things above that. But it is a good step forward for working class Americans, I think.
Okay, good to know. And thank you for weighing in on that. I was going to ask about a cap. Is there a cap on something like this? And what do you recommend, Alan, as the best way to keep track of these tips and overtime as well?
Well, we're all walking around with more computing power in our phones than that was used to send folks to the moon back in the 60s. So there are all kinds of apps out there where you can, log your tips at the end of your shift, so to keep track of it all, so that when it's time to go to do your taxes, you can provide all of that to your tax preparer. Sometimes if you're paid by credit card, the company will give you, a record of that as well. And the last thing is it's old school, but there's nothing that replaces a good spiral bound notebook. You can get them in all kinds of sizes and just keep track of it that way. I would imagine, most of my clients who are restaurant workers, for example, they keep track of it pretty much as you go, and make sure you're keeping track of the tips that you keep. Some, in some situations you may, if you're a waiter or waitress, you may split your tips with the bus folks or, someone else in the facility. And so make sure you're only you're keeping track of all of that, so that you don't, you're not getting taxed on money that you didn't actually receive because you paid it out to someone else.
So let me ask you, you mentioned it just briefly. Is there a cap? Is $25,000 the cap on this?
Yeah, yes, 25,000 is the cap. So anything above that, you'd be taxed on regularly.
Okay, got it. And so essentially, you're saving an individual who's in the service industry, gets tips, whatnot. I mean, how much are they going to be able to save? Is it ballpark?
Well, it depends on the tax bracket, but anywhere from a third to 25% of that 25,000. If you hit the top. Andrew, your producer, told me there would be no math, so I don't want to do that math in my head, on the fly. But someone can do that, and that's thousands of dollars. I mean, for most of my clients, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 in savings is a huge amount, and so I think it's a great thing.
Yes, and you mentioned, and I just want to reiterate, this is anyone who gets tipped or anyone who receives some sort of tip, overtime, that sort of thing, is eligible. It doesn't have to be a certain, waitress, server, host, that sort of thing, right?
Well, that's right. Mainly, I think we're looking at restaurant workers who are the most tipped, and they, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but there's also what we call the tip credit, which is a special wage and hour law for folks that are customarily tipped. And if a large part of your revenue or compensation is tip based, then this applies to you. And then if you're eligible for overtime, the overtime element of this applies to you as well.
Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Alan? This has all been very helpful for the thousands of people who watch us each and every morning.
I would say this, that the tip credit, particularly for restaurant workers, is often abused. And so if you feel like if someone feels like they're sharing tips with people they shouldn't be sharing tips with, or you're not getting credit for all your tips, then you ought to go see the Department of Labor or an employment lawyer about that, because if people who are subject to it, and I'll tell other listeners and watchers too, most waiters and waitresses are paid $2.13 an hour plus tips. And so tip your waiters and waitresses. Over tip your waiters and waitresses if they do a good job, because that's where they're getting most of their compensation. And most people don't really know that.
Great advice there from Memphis employment attorney Alan Crone on the Action News 5 digital desk. Alan, again, thanks for your time here. We appreciate all the knowledge. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Always glad to be on the program.
Appreciate it. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, my next guest is someone we haven't seen in a while on the digital desk, but I happen to see her in real life, and that's always a joy for me. Joining us right now, the food reporter for the Daily Memphian, Ellen Chamberlain, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I saw Ellen at the opening of Mave in Collierville. Mave, owned by the same people with Bog and Barley and Celtic Crossing. How did you enjoy it out there? I loved it. What about you? Good morning.
First of all, I loved running into you. That was probably the highlight of the night. But of course, we love supporting DJ Naylor and all of his restaurant endeavors and everything he pours into Shelby County. I'm still sending people down to try the food at Mave. I don't know if you got into any of his vegetarian things that he has on that menu there, but it's really, really good.
Yeah, no, I've been there since, and it's been great. It's packed. It's well attended. And I love it. Yeah, and always great to hear from you. We should have taken a picture together. I would have shared it. But
I said the same thing. Like, what were we thinking? Although I did. So people should know that when I ran into Andrew, I definitely looked like a food lady. I think I might have had like 2 plates of food on one arm and another plate on another. Good old server training still activated.
You know what? That's okay, because we were all having fun, and there was food was flowing. It was drinks were as well, and so always a festive time.
Oh,
certainly. Yeah. If you really think about it, Ellen, it's almost like a microcosm of the Memphis Mid-South restaurant community, because it was just like we're all having fun, everybody's talking, just busy all around. So what's going on this week that you got going? I know you have a number of different topics.
I do. But before I go into those, I love that you were just talking to Joe, talking about, the restaurant community and even the journalism community. I just spoke to Joe yesterday. So we'll be talking and publishing later today about the food options at the golf tournament, because he's right. If you don't understand the game and you think it's not for you, if you like food, that's also a nice place to spend some time. Have you gone before and been able to indulge in all the food options?
Oh yeah, it's one of those things where you don't even have to be a golf fan. You can be the most casual golf fan. It's just such an event. It's a Memphis event. And I'm here for it every time that there's a Memphis event going on. And when I went there, when they changed from just the FedEx St. Jude Classic to the FedEx St. Jude Championship, they upped their game on everything. And food was certainly a part of that. And it's been so enjoyable to see. But, there's probably some of the people, we have thousands that watch us, as you know, each and every morning. Maybe some of them haven't been yet. So we're all looking forward to that article in the Daily Memphian, Ellen.
Absolutely, and look out for local folks down there at the Classic. I think it's really cool that the official partner is Coca-Cola, because it's just like a big deal to see a huge major partner like that wanting to come into the city. But then we are also giving the city back to all of these visitors and to us who love it so much. So barbecue will be represented by the Commissary and the Rendezvous. And Smackers just got added as a food vendor this year. They've now got restaurants all over the country, not just here. And there is a really exclusive and luxurious dining experience for the Freight 59 guests that folks should probably take a look at it if they are really interested in getting close to players and having some good food and drink while they're there.
Oh yeah, for sure. And as Joe was mentioning, he was talking about, okay, listen, a lot of people are worried about the heat and the humidity during the FedEx St. Jude, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities to find some cool air-conditioned spots where you can go out and get back in and kind of relax a little bit, including, he mentioned the Tito's bar, so we'll all have to check that out.
Absolutely. But in other food news, this week at the Daily Memphian, I don't know, I guess I'm still maybe have like residual curiosities from the beautiful things that happened at Memphis in May. For that particular event, South Korea was our partner country for that. And so then I started diving into Korean cuisine, and then I went down a rabbit hole and realized we have some pretty cool Asian inspired and influenced bakeries in town. So if you haven't had a chance to check them out yet, they're really cool in terms of the culinary value, but also you're going to learn a lot culturally because these bakeries are self-service. So I went to 3 in town. I went to Sweet Musings out in Cordova. And then here in the city, I went by Bloom Cafe downtown and Tout Le Jour in like East Memphis. Basically, same setup in each one. As soon as you step inside, look for the area that has trays and tongs. Select yourself a tray, select your own tongs. Those will be your tongs until you check out. And you just kind of wind your way through the bakery cases and select the things that you want with your tongs, please, of course. And then once you get to the cashier, they'll just total up everything that you've gotten, be it pastry or if it's sweet or savory, and you can either then take your tray to your table and enjoy it right there, or they'll box it up for you so you can take it home. But I really encourage Memphians to check out these flavors. They're so delicate, they're so different from what happens at a traditional bakery, a traditional American bakery. Bakeries for us are special. They're for special occasions. They are filled with lots and lots of wonderful sugar that we've taught ourselves to love here in America. But Asian bakeries are designed more so for like everyday venturing, and sampling. The portion sizes are going to be a little bit smaller. The sweetness level is knocked way down, but that doesn't compromise the flavor. And then you can taste a little bit of different places around the globe, the Taiwanese influence out in Cordova versus the Vietnamese influence in East Memphis. But I highly encourage everyone, if you can, check out one of these local Asian influence bakeries.
You definitely sold it. You sold me for sure. I mean, it sounds great. I don't think I've ever seen any kind of article about it either. So this is great stuff. I'm going to check it out and certainly read up on it. I understand that you have another one to kind of combat all the summer heat we've been having with some cool treats out there.
It's so necessary. Like Andrew, I took a walk the other day, maybe Monday. And I was going to Hive because, mornings require bagels. And on the way home, I was just melting. And I said, this is not the way. So I was like, you know what? Perhaps if I had chosen to get something cool, this walk wouldn't have been so terrible. And it just inspired all of the Memphis-made sweet treats that we can really enjoy all year long, thankfully. But this time of year, it feels really good. So I started off talking about Jerry snow cones, and I hear it a lot from Memphians. I never got a chance to experience the original, but they're still kicking down in Cordova. And if you want that like authentic, like very nostalgic flavor, definitely pop in there. Eat quickly, it shall melt, but it is so refreshing. If you are a grocery store shopper, we've got sweet treats in your frozen food aisle. Kay's Pints and Scoops is headquartered and located in Whitehaven, but I can get her as close to me as Miss Cordelia's Market in Harbor Town. And I gotta say, Mem Pops. I think I saw a story you all did recently where one of the high school football players who was being interviewed said, "We stay cool because of Mem Pops." And I agree.
Exactly. Look at you watching the news. I love it. I love it, Ellen Chamberlain. I appreciate that. Okay, so the last one here. Tell me what and who is the Mushroom Queen?
oh my gosh, this woman is so spectacular. My colleague, Sophia Surrett, had an opportunity to speak to her for her weekly column called Food Files. Food Files is really something that you want to be checking out over at the Daily Memphian, and we'll get links to all the stories to post on the website for folks. But in Food Files, that's where you're finding out who's opening, who's closing, who's coming to town, and why. Deja, the Mushroom Queen, is a native Memphian, and what she's bringing to the downtown area is a new activation. It is going to be a dining space available for private dining and pop-ups, and she is known for really selling out some elegant pop-up dining events. I think the most recent one was Umami Amora, which was around the Juneteenth holiday, and that was a 7-course mushroom forward meal. And she collaborated with other chefs for that. Now she's doing her own thing in this space and is available for folks who might want to book her for something on their own. I'm actually going to be tracking her down for something myself. But even if you think you don't like mushrooms, what this Memphis chef is doing will completely change your mind. The first time I ran into her, it was at, I think, a bridal expo, because food, I'll go wherever it is. And many of the food vendors still had lots of food left over at the end of the day, and she had nothing. And that said a lot to me. So she scraped up a little corner of like a Thai noodle dish that she'd made with so much heat and so much flavor. And from that moment on, I knew I'd be following her all over the city. And I hope some of y'all do too.
Ellen Chamberlain on the Action News 5 digital desk. Great to see you again. Great to talk with you, and look forward to checking out all these places that you've been mentioning. And real quick, before we let you go, tell us where people can read some of your articles.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Check us out at dailymemphian.com. There's also an app if that's a little bit easier for you. Get your push notifications, and please, by all means, subscribe to Table Talk, my weekly column and newsletter.
Awesome. Ellen, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5, to the Action News 5 digital desk. We know summer is in full swing. There are some studies out there that show nearly half, about 46% of Americans are anxious about affording all kinds of summer plans. We all want to get away. We want to have maybe some outdoor activities, bring some people over. And when budgets are tight, it's so important to reassess where you can cut back just to protect your bottom line here. So let's talk about tips for summer spending right now. I am joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Courtney Alev. She is someone who works at Credit Karma. She is considered a consumer financial advocate, and she's going to help us when it comes to tips for spending this summer. I was reading some of your notes, Courtney. I love it. Let's dive right in and talk about some great tips for people that want to have some fun this summer, but are on a strict budget. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's hear it.
We know a lot of Americans are very nervous about their spending this summer. You mentioned that about half of Americans are anxious about funding their summer plans, and 2/3 are opting for more budget-friendly activities this summer. But we also know that that does not apply to everyone. About half of young Americans say they are planning on prioritizing fun over their finances this summer, especially when it comes to things like travel or dining out or vacation. And that can really have an impact on their wallet and potentially lead to debt.
Yeah, and some of the notes I saw was they were great. And one of them talked about when you want to bring people over, let's say, you want to bring them over for grilling out outside in the backyard, it's important to consider some things before you do that. Tell me more.
It's a great idea to, when you make a summer plan, to make sure it fits into your budget. It's not about not planning for the summer, but making plans that really work with your financial goals. For example, a lot of us love to travel over the summer, but we expect it to be really expensive. The good news is we all have a lot of local gems that are close by. Maybe it's camping, maybe it's a road trip or a visit to a lake. You can split the cost for gas or groceries with friends or family, and you can borrow gear you might need but not have. Those can be great ways to really keep the cost per person low for some summer travel while still getting that change of scenery that so many of us want during this season. And we all love dining out, especially on a nice summer evening, but we've also seen the cost of eating out has really gone up substantially. And this is where I'd really recommend considering dining in. It can be just as much fun, and I encourage folks to set up a theme night. Maybe it's DIY pizzas or a backyard barbecue. Those are some ways that you can really keep the cost a bit lower, but still have those fun travel or social experiences this summer with your friends and family.
And the idea of planning meals around sales at the grocery store, I love that.
Yes, it's a great time to be budget conscious. There's a lot of different sales and promotions happening. Anytime that you can take advantage of a deal, it's a good opportunity to do so. For example, with back to school shopping, even though it's summer just started, it's really going to be here before we know it. There's already retailers that are starting to offer sales, promotions, and price match guarantees. And so making a game plan now in summer can make sure that you're taking advantage of those sales and promotions once it comes time to shop.
What are some other practical approaches? You mentioned travel. We've talked about food, grocery store kind of sales. What else?
It's a great idea to just be really mindful of your spending this summer. For example, maybe you're taking one trip already. Perhaps it's a friend's wedding, it's a family reunion, or a music festival that you've really wanted to go to. Try making that your one main splurge for the summer, and then see where you can cut back on other non-essentials. Maybe it's less dining out, maybe it's less ride sharing, or whatever that is for you. That can really help you focus your extra money and time and energy on that one splurge while keeping the rest of your budget in check. I know for me, I'm going to a music festival this summer with friends I'm really excited about, and I'm also sleeping on their couch instead of getting a hotel. And that's one way to make sure I'm doing fun things with my summer without totally breaking my budget. And it's really important to make sure you are being really intentional with how you're funding that summer fun. One interesting thing we saw is about 3/4 of Gen Zers say that buy now, pay later options, which are increasingly common, actually encourage them to spend more money than maybe they can actually afford. And so it's a really good idea before you click buy on any of those summer plans or purchases to make sure that it's something that fits into your budget, not just now, but later as well.
Yeah, the budget stuff is key, especially when it comes to going in debt or staying out of debt. Listen, Courtney, Alev, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for these tips for a fun and happy summer. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Sweet episode 10.
About a minute out.
For our just before our final scene, you know, when we have a
Lano and Milo, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, it's Andrew Douglas. I'm in Memphis here. We got about 40 seconds until we come to you. Just wanted to say hello, make sure everything works out well. Looks good.
Feels
Great,
good.
thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you in a second.
Okay.
They filmed her calling me, and then I got the phone and I turned it down, but they cut it. It's not in the show. So you never see us interact again after that. Which is kind of wild. It was like, oh shit.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of, our show is very encapsulated, you know, if they wanted to be like this.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is something that you are going to see later this month. This is a show that is set to be in Memphis. The TV show set is in Memphis, and it is called The Rainmaker. And you will very much recognize that title because it's the title of a best-selling novel by John Grisham. And it was a movie in 1997, a very successful one at that. It is now going to be a TV show debuting on USA Network. And I'm happy on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to be joined by a couple of the stars of this show, Milo Canahan and Lana Paria, joining us on the Digital Desk to talk a little bit more about this show. Good morning to you both. How are things?
Morning.
Wonderful. Good morning.
So talk to me about this show. It means a lot to us here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We know Memphis is almost a character in of itself. John Grisham from this area, and best-selling novel. It's been a movie and certainly a very successful read for so many out there. Tell me about the TV show specifically. Lana, let's start with you.
Okay. Well, this is our modern take on the Rainmaker. However, the story begins with a young attorney named Rudy Baylor, played by Milo Callahan, who, fresh out of law school, gets fired by this bigwig powerhouse firm and seeks refuge at my firm, really law office, that's a bit rough around the edges and ran out of an old taco hut, and everything ensues from there.
It sounds great. Milo, over to you. Tell me about filming this, knowing the history of it, and it being a movie, a very successful book as well. How do you approach that when you're acting in a TV show about this Rainmaker?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we had the privilege of such an iconic IP, and we stand on the shoulders of giants, really. Between Grisham and Coppola's film with Matt Damon and Danny DeVito, there's a huge, rich history that we wanted to pay attention to and honor. And I think Michael did, and the scripts, Michael and Jason wrote incredibly tight, really beautiful stories in every episode that really capture the heart of the novel. But we also take it further, and we play with some of the characters. We expand some of the characters. There'll be new characters that hopefully people will come to know and love. And we're excited for everyone to see it.
So we understand it's going to be on USA Network, and then it's going to be streaming on Peacock as well. How do you want the audience to interpret what both of you have done and what the whole set and the TV show is about? Lana, let's start with you.
I just want them to enjoy the ride. Honestly, there's a character for everyone who watches this series. You know, someone to relate to, someone to fall in love with. Even the people that you want to hate, you love. The stories are heartfelt. You know, there's action, there's thriller, there's suspense, there's levity, there's romance, there's grit. It goes on and on and on. It really encompasses everything. It's just a fun ride, and for those John Grisham fans out there, I think you're really going to love this 10-hour series. It's different than the film. It's slightly different than the novel, but it definitely has the best of both in it. So I think you're going to love it.
Milo, was there anything that surprised you when filming this? You know, the Rainmaker's been around for a while, but sometimes during the filming of things, it can surprise various actors on set. Anything surprise you?
I mean, every day was a privilege coming into work, and I got to work with such an incredible cast, and, you know, they surprise me every day. I think, like Lana said, these characters are Grisham writes the most soulful, iconic characters, and these are fresh takes on them, and people who've read the novel will discover something new, and also something that feels quite warm and comfortable. I feel like it's, it's like, for me, having read the novel, it was a privilege to like spend that time with Rudy and Deck again, and Bruiser and the whole crew, and everyone brought something every day that was surprising. I will say that we have Dan Fogler, who's quite a well-known, fantastic actor, embodies somebody who you might not expect and maybe didn't meet in the book and the film, and I feel like he'll be a surprise for people.
For sure.
So let me ask you this, because I know it was filmed in Ireland, and but a lot of people here in Memphis and the Mid-South, we know the story very well. We know John Grisham and the kind of novels that he's done in the past. Anything you want to say to people in the Memphis area, for the debut of this new TV show?
I would say, the topography is going to be maybe slightly different, but we filmed it in such a way where you won't even know. You won't be able to tell where we are, but you'll know it's a familiar place.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to mention before we let you go here?
Just to say that I feel like we were literally just sat chatting then, and this felt, when we were doing it, like a really special adventure and journey to go on with these characters. And we got Grisham's seal of approval. John was very kind about the show, which was we were elated to hear. And I really think that people are going to enjoy it, and I think you should tune in on Friday. USA Network.
Yes, and on Peacock.
The next day.
Awesome. Okay, Lana Paria and Milo Callahan, we really appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thanks for spending a few minutes talking with us about this show, The Rainmaker. Good luck with everything, and congratulations on your career so far. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for talking.
Have a good one.
Okay, you do the same. Thank you. Another live look from our High Five camera here as we go to break on this Tuesday morning, 84 degrees, 9:15. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute. Hopefully you're having a fantastic Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill, and this is going to be a pretty typical August day of weather ahead from the perspective of our temperatures and our rain chances, and seeing some clouds develop during the afternoon hours. Futurecast, as we move into the afternoon, it does have some clouds around here, and I think we will see a couple of isolated showers around. Not anticipating any sort of significant issues to arise here as Futurecast gets rolling along here. You can see those little spotty showers just to the east of, really, I guess, Walnut for that matter here, moving from Benton into Tippah County. And those showers and storms will be kind of just coming and going here, really at random from the afternoon into the evening and even into the overnight hours. Notice Futurecast even has some of those showers and storms coming close to the Tennessee River and even into Middle Tennessee by the time the early morning hours on Wednesday do arrive here. So overall,
It's going to be a day filled with temperatures that will be into the 90s for those afternoon highs. Some middle to lower 90s across the board here, and these are very close to average. 96 degrees, the expected high temperature for Tunica, the hot spot on the map. 90 degrees for Corinth, the cool spot on the map. Everybody else between that, including 94 degrees for West Memphis, 93 in Brownsville, and 93 degrees specifically in Bluff City. Partly cloudy skies, some isolated showers and thunderstorms will be around, but we're not expecting any sort of severe weather. Some of those showers can linger into tomorrow morning and even through the overnight hours, but overall, most of us are going to stay dry throughout the duration of the night. Middle 70s expected with some partly cloudy skies. Good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app so this way you could check out the latest and greatest as far as that forecast goes and the interactive radar. That is always good to check out. You can do so by scanning that QR code and being able to upload it to your mobile device here around the Mid-South. Always a good thing to check out. One thing we are keeping an eye on is Tropical Storm Erin. This was named on Monday morning here. It still is a tropical storm here on Wednesday, or on Tuesday rather, but we are seeing this move itself to the west here at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. It does have 45 mile per hour sustained winds, and it will continue to move itself to the west rather quickly throughout the span of not only the work week, but even into the weekend. By the time we move into Thursday, it is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane with those 75 mile per hour winds. And notice as far as the numbers that are on your screen here, that represents what the category of hurricane it is expected to be. Before it does reach hurricane status, though, notice how that's an open-faced sort of emblem there. That is indicating that it is a tropical storm here. But by the time we move into the weekend, specifically on Sunday, it is expected to be a Category 3 hurricane. The general anticipation is that this is going to make a pretty close run to the east coast of the United States and then eventually curve back out. Now, how close of a track it does have, it's still very much to be determined here, especially since by the time it would move itself closer to the eastern United States, we're talking about the middle of next week. So obviously a lot of things can change between now and then. And while I don't anticipate that to be an issue whatsoever for the Mid-South, if you have any sort of vacation travel plans to the coastal Carolinas, to Virginia, and really into the Northeast as well, the coastal Northeast. Good idea to keep an eye out for that. But as I said, that doesn't look to really make potential impacts to the eastern seaboard of the United States until we move into the middle of next week. As far as we have locally, high temperatures. They are going to bottom out a little bit here for Wednesday, but really between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even into Friday, we will be near average. And that's not to say at 95, 96 degrees is significantly above average, but it is going to start to feel a bit hotter around the Mid-South as well. There is the possibility for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we could see some heat advisories issued throughout the Mid-South here. So keep an eye out for that. Saturday and Sunday, more specifically, afternoon highs of 95 degrees. Some isolated showers are possible, as are partly cloudy skies. What you expect for August, that's the forecast here ahead, and that's also really the case over the next 7 days around the Mid-South. Wednesday holds the best chance of rain, a 40% chance on Wednesday, 30% chances for Tuesday and Thursday, and then some 20% chances for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and temperatures that will be pretty close to average, if not slightly above average, including those overnight lows. So moral of the story, good idea to download the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. Watch out for some of those showers and storms that will be around over the next few days, but be ready for some hotter temperatures ahead as we move towards Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm joined by Daily Memphian reporter Sam Hardiman, who has written a story about Memphis Mayor Paul Young reshuffling his cabinet a little bit, including several new department heads to be more focused on his vision and push his vision for city government. Sam, glad to have you on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. What is the mayor's decision based upon these different cabinet moves, in your best opinion? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me on. I think your question is a complicated one and a difficult one to answer. It's a good question. The mayor, first has had some attrition on his staff, has, removed some staff members over time. And then he's also made some decisions based on what he feels are the best fits for him, his skill set, and what he's in accomplishing what he wants to see for the city. And so I'll take that last bit first. He recently appointed John Zena, a longtime head of planning and development for Memphis and Shelby County, as the city's first head of development and infrastructure. And what that does is essentially bifurcates city government. Before, almost all city department heads, sans fire, and police were reporting up to Chief Operating Officer Antonio Adams. Now about half of them are. and another half are reporting up to John Zena. So that effectively split city government. And as the mayor said, this move is allowed, and this is, you know, an important piece of the story that people should keep in mind, is that both the mayor and John Zena are planners. They're literally city planners. Okay, so their job is, you know, they're trained in creating documents and creating visions for how places should grow. And so what's going to be really interesting now is, you know, you have the city's chief executive, and then one of his second in commands, you know, our city planners, and how they, over these next 2 years, try to shape the city, and the moves they make are going to be really interesting there.
Yeah, you know, I was reading more about that, Sam, and it's like you have this city planner whose emphasis, I guess, his big signature mark was Memphis 3.0, and you know, I know that there's a lot of layers to that whole project, but maybe can you talk about like maybe a little bit of what Memphis 3.0 is all about? Because I would assume him getting this head of development and infrastructure, that would be more of an idea that, okay, we're moving forward with Memphis 3.0 full steam ahead.
Yeah, and so I can't give this giant plan justice in a few second soundbite here, but I think it's a comprehensive plan, and it divides the city up into different areas and different neighborhoods, and focuses on which, you know, even intersections or, you know, pieces of neighborhoods need development from the city, as in city infrastructure. And one of the things to keep in mind before we get into like weird planning, you know, weirdness about how that's very dense. Anyone who lives in the city of Memphis knows that there's a ton of vacant land in the city of Memphis. This is a city that is 300 square miles. I was just recently in Denver for a friend's trip, a buddy's trip, and the city of Denver has more people inside it. It has 712,000 person population. It has 153 square miles. City of Memphis has about 618,000 people in it, in about 300 square miles. So it's a giant city, okay, in terms of land area. And so a lot of that area is vacant. And Memphis 3.0 really focuses on the idea that there's plenty of land in the city of Memphis. How does it get redeveloped? How does it get redeveloped thoughtfully, right? Should we be encouraging, you know, something in an industrial area part of town? Should we be encouraging more residential there? Or should we be sort of encouraging some of the existing, stable, thriving neighborhoods of Memphis, maybe having some more multifamily, so we have, you know, not just upper class folks in that area, but middle class folks, but doing that thoughtfully. And so all of those things are what the plan considers. There's a real difference between putting something on paper and executing it in reality.
I appreciate you breaking that down for us, Sam. Thank you. There was another person that was appointed, I guess, a neighborhood improvement role, code enforcement, litter control, blight, that sort of thing. What I didn't notice is anything focused on crime in the area, which tells me that the mayor's happy with what he has in terms of the people overseeing the police department, the police officers, and crime going down in the city when you look at the violent crime. And is that too big of an assumption, or where do you think, am I off base?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we should draw from a story that I wrote what the mayor fully thinks about crime and the function of the police department. I don't think, you know, and we don't cover that there because that's not really the mayor's cabinet. The mayor's cabinet is the police chief. He appoints and oversees Police Chief C.J. Davis, right? Who then runs the police department, right? That's how that's supposed to work. That's not in City Hall. That's in a separate building, literally, right? What the story was focused on was what is happening inside city government at 125 North Main Street, not right next door at 170 North Main Street. I think that's a different bowl of wax that we may cover in the future, but I just would be, I would be careful in what I would say about that, because I'm not sure, like, I think the article itself was more about what's happening at 125 North Main, not 170.
Fair enough, Sam. There are a lot of people that still complain to me about how much litter there is on Memphis streets, and how back in the day, a long time ago, Memphis was one of the cleanest cities in the country. Does this promotion of Melanie Neal Does that give us a little bit of insight into perhaps more of an emphasis on beautification, blight, litter control, that sort of thing, code enforcement?
Yeah, I think so. I think the mayor definitely, and you can read his comments from me. I'll paraphrase him here. I don't have the direct quote memorized, but essentially, he talked about there are two things that really contribute to the negative perception of Memphis. One, we just talked about crime, right? Crime, and it hasn't really gone away. It's maybe decreased some, maybe, but then there's the beautification aspect. Memphis at times, and I drive all over the city, all different parts of town, not just up and down the Poplar Corridor. This city does not look good a lot of the time, and there are a lot of places where it doesn't look good, and it could look better. And the mayor is talking about like focusing that, and the Department of Community Enhancement being the focus of that. At the same time, like I just said about Memphis 3.0, it's really easy to say it. It's really easy to put it on paper. It's really a lot harder to do. And then I'd also say to the people who talk about Memphis being cleaner in the past, right? A lot of the people who say that have been longtime Memphians. And one of the things that I think we as Memphians need to keep in mind about how this city grew, and I just talked about the 300 square miles. The 300 square miles really matter here. When Memphis was a cleaner city, it was a smaller city. It was easier to clean. It was easier to pave the streets. It was easier for the police to patrol because they had less miles to drive. Okay? Now we are in a 300 square mile city that is very dirty and has a lot of crime in it. Okay? Those things, it takes resources and it takes a lot of intentionality and effectiveness to make that happen. And so I would just say to everybody, when you ruminate on the past, remember that the square mileage of the city was a lot smaller. And that's a very important thing here.
Okay, Daily Memphian government and politics reporter Sam Hardiman joining us on the digital desk. He has a new article out on the Daily Memphian, dailymemphian.com. Memphis Mayor Paul Young shook up his cabinet. Here's why. Sam, thanks for talking with us about that and some of the details behind that article. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome to the Action News 5 digital desk. We have Olivia Wall joining us at Memphis Botanic Garden to talk about the events that are happening each and every month, it seems. Every few weeks, Olivia, you guys have something great going on. What's going on these days? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having us. We could not be more thrilled to continue our summer events. Right now, I'm standing in our Radiance Amphitheater right next to our concert lawn as we count down the days until we have 3 back-to-back concerts. So we kick off Darius Rucker on August 23rd.
That is awesome. I remember seeing Darius Rucker there at the Botanic Garden a few years back. He always puts on a great show.
He does. Just a tremendous show every single time. We love having him back. We love having him here. He's definitely a fan favorite. And then, after that, we go straight into ZZ Top September 6th. And as we announced recently, we have the Isley Brothers joining us on September 19th, which is sure to be a fantastic night out.
No question about it. Tell me how the concert series has been going so far this year.
Well, we had a little bit of a hiccup when Steve Miller Band canceled their tour, but we could not be happier to pivot and secure the Isley Brothers to come and close out our 25th season. It's a huge deal for us, and we could not be more excited.
How about the concerts that have already happened? Well attended, all that good stuff?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's been a little warm, so if we could get, the weather to cool down a little bit, that'd be ideal. But we kicked off with Third Eye Blind, which is just a wonderful evening out. And then we went into Parker McCollum, which is also a fantastic show. If you have never heard of Parker, please look him up. He has some really great country hits.
That's great news. Olivia, tell us how we can get tickets and what the tickets are.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got plenty of lawn tickets still available. Those are available via Ticketmaster.com. They start at $70 plus fees, but keep in mind, you can bring your own coolers. You can bring your own picnic. We encourage that. We want you to come and make an evening of it. We want you to bring your blankets and your chairs and spread out on our lush lawn and just really make an evening of it.
That's fantastic. It's something that's so much fun that everybody should do at some point, at least once a summer, perhaps more than that. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Olivia? This sounds great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff going on at the garden. Follow us on social media. Check out our website, membg.org. We are constantly having things happening. We've got a bunch of 21 plus evenings coming up. We've got kids drop-in every month. We've got so much things happening here, and you can find all of that on our website and social media.
You got the big backyard coming up as well. I know that for sure. And yeah, you're right. Just so many different things happening in the 96 acres of beauty at Memphis Botanic Garden. Olivia Wall joining us on the digital desk. Olivia, thanks.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, you do the same. Appreciate that. Another live look from our High Five camera here. As we go to break, a beautiful shot there of downtown Memphis. Off in the distance, 84 degrees, 934. Let's talk about your forecast in 1 minute.
Hopefully you're having a fantastic Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill, and this is going to be a pretty typical August day of weather ahead from the perspective of our temperatures and our rain chances, and seeing some clouds develop during the afternoon hours. Futurecast, as we move into the afternoon, it does have some clouds around here, and I think we will see a couple of isolated showers around. Not anticipating any sort of significant issues to arise here as Futurecast gets rolling along here. You can see those little spotty showers just to the east of really, I guess, Walnut for that matter here, moving from Benton into Tippah County. And those showers and storms will be kind of just coming and going here really at random from the afternoon into the evening and even into the overnight hours. Notice Futurecast even has some of those showers and storms coming close to the Tennessee River and even into Middle Tennessee by the time the early morning hours on Wednesday do arrive here. So overall, it's going to be a day filled with temperatures that will be into the 90s for those afternoon highs. Some middle to lower 90s across the board here, and these are very close to average. 96 degrees, the expected high temperature for Tunica, the hot spot on the map. 90 degrees for Corinth, the cool spot on the map. Everybody else between that, including 94 degrees for West Memphis, 93 in Brownsville, and 93 degrees specifically in Bluff City. Partly cloudy skies, some isolated showers and thunderstorms will be around, but we're not expecting any sort of severe weather. Some of those showers can linger into tomorrow morning and even through the overnight hours, but overall, most of us are going to stay dry throughout the duration of the night. Middle 70s expected with some partly cloudy skies. Good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, so this way you could check out the latest and greatest as far as that forecast goes and the interactive radar. That is always good to check out. You could do so by scanning that QR code and being able to upload it to your mobile device here around the Mid-South. Always a good thing to check out. One thing we are keeping an eye on is Tropical Storm Erin. This was named on Monday morning here. It still is a tropical storm here on Wednesday, or on Tuesday rather. But we are seeing this move itself to the west here at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. It does have 45 mile per hour sustained winds, and it will continue to move itself to the west rather quickly throughout the span of not only the work week, but even into the weekend. By the time we move into Thursday, it is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane with those 75 mile per hour winds. And notice as far as the numbers that are on your screen here, that represents what the category of hurricane it is expected to be. Before it does reach hurricane status, though, notice how that's an open-faced sort of emblem there that is indicating that it is a tropical storm here. But by the time we move into the weekend, specifically on Sunday, it is expected to be a Category 3 hurricane. The general anticipation is that this is going to make a pretty close run to the east coast of the United States and then eventually curve back out. Now, how close of a track it does have, it's still very much to be determined here, especially since by the time it would move itself closer to the eastern United States, we're talking about the middle of next week. So obviously a lot of things can change between now and then. And while I don't anticipate that to be an issue whatsoever for the Mid-South, if you have any sort of vacation travel plans to the coastal Carolinas, to Virginia, and really into the Northeast as well, the coastal Northeast. Good idea to keep an eye out for that. But as I said, that doesn't look to really make potential impacts to the eastern seaboard of the United States until we move into the middle of next week. As far as we have locally, high temperatures. They are going to bottom out a little bit here for Wednesday, but really between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even into Friday, we will be near average. And that's not to say at 95, 96 degrees is significantly above average, but it is going to start to feel a bit hotter around the Mid-South as well. There is the possibility for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we could see some heat advisories issued throughout the Mid-South here. So keep an eye out for that. Saturday and Sunday, more specifically, afternoon highs of 95 degrees. Some isolated showers are possible, as are partly cloudy skies. What you expect for August, that's the forecast here ahead, and that's also really the case over the next 7 days around the Mid-South. Wednesday holds the best chance of rain, a 40% chance on Wednesday, 30% chances for Tuesday and Thursday, and then some 20% chances for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and temperatures that will be pretty close to average, if not slightly above average, including those overnight lows. So moral of the story, good idea to download the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Watch out for some of those showers and storms that will be around over the next few days, but be ready for some hotter temperatures ahead as we move towards Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. According to the American Cancer Society, Tennessee is projected to see about 6,500 new cases of lung cancer this year. And of course, we know lung cancer is very prominent all across Memphis and the Mid-South, and it is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths. So what can we do to protect ourselves, our family, in case this God forbid this happens to one of us? Joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Dr. Anthony Cerici. He is SVP Clinical Biomarkers Laboratories Diagnostics at Eli Lilly and Company to talk about best methods, strategies, and ways to try and survive early cancer diagnosis. I really appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk, Anthony. So where do we begin when it comes to surviving things like lung cancer, one of the deadliest cancers out there? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me, especially in light of the Lung Cancer Awareness Day, which is coming up. So maybe I'll start by giving you a few statistics on lung cancer to sort of buff up some of what you started with. In the United States, next year, we expect 200,000 patients to be diagnosed with lung cancer. And actually, lung cancer, as you pointed out rightly, is the leading cause of death in cancer-related deaths in the United States. Importantly, about 80 to 85% of lung cancers are a specific subtype of lung cancer called non-small cell lung cancer, or NSCLC. And this is a diagnosis that you make under the microscope. So of non-small cell lung cancer, there's sort of a bit of a silver lining around that subtype of lung cancer, which is that it's really the poster child for precision medicine. So the type of medicine where you give a specific drug that targets the type of cancer that you have, the specific type of cancer that makes your cancer unique. And in non-small cell lung cancer, we have about 9 to 10 biomarkers that are recommended to be tested in that cancer type. So if you are a patient diagnosed with non-small cell lung cancer, there's a between 60 and 70% chance that your cancer is positive for one of these biomarkers. And why does that matter? It's because that will change the way your doctor, your physician, your healthcare provider, you and your family will make decisions around the way you treat your lung cancer, even in the first line setting. So biomarkers, huge role to play in the diagnosis and treatment of non-small cell lung cancer, but you got to test. And that's really, really critical. It's part of my messages today.
Yeah, so I want to do a little bit of a deep dive into this, Anthony, the biomarkers here. Tell me more about why this is so important, and if someone is, I guess, just diagnosed with lung cancer, how do the biomarkers help them and help their team, their doctors, really kind of combat that cancer?
Sure. So as I mentioned, the guidelines recommend, the United States guidelines by NCCN, the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, recommend testing for between 9 and 10 biomarkers in non-small cell lung cancer. And those are generally advised to be tested at diagnosis, right? So when you get a diagnosis of lung cancer, testing is recommended by these guidelines. And as I mentioned in my first answer, it's because the decision for what treatment you're going to use, what medicine your physician will use in that first line setting, and in fact, sometimes even in early lung cancer, can be driven by which biomarkers are positive or negative in your tumor. Importantly, because there are so many biomarkers to test for, in general, we recommend, and the guidelines recommend, using a method called comprehensive genomic profiling, or CGP. That's a method for testing biomarkers where you use one piece of tissue, one tube of blood, and with that tube of blood, you get information on all the relevant biomarkers that are relevant for treatment decisions. So not only is it important to test at diagnosis, it's important to test comprehensively, which is why a CGP approach is generally advisable for patients with non-small cell lung cancer, and really ought to be something you're discussing with your doctor fairly early on.
Where do people make the most mistakes? And when I say people, I mean the whole team. I mean, you know, the diagnostics and plans, strategies going forward. Where are the biggest mistakes?
Yeah, I wouldn't call them mistakes. I would maybe call them underestimations of the operational kind of barriers, right? So I think the biggest miss that you can have early on in the diagnosis of lung cancer is not testing early enough, right? So, and not testing comprehensively enough, right? So we've been living in a world of biomarkers in non-small cell lung cancer for almost about 15 years now. So doctors are pretty savvy about, you know, okay, there are things I have to test for on this lung cancer, but every year we're adding to that list of biomarkers. So making sure that we're testing at the right time and testing comprehensively is really, really critical. Let me go back to the testing at the right time thing. Some of these tests, they're pretty complicated. They can take a while. Right? So you want to get that ball rolling. You got to get tissue from pathology if you're using a tissue-based assay. You're sending to a new laboratory that you might not be used to sending to, what you don't send your common labs to. So there's a little bit of an operational kind of nuance there. So you really want to get started on that at diagnosis so that when your patient comes back or when you go back to see your oncologist, you have all that information ready and you can actually have a fulsome conversation about what you're going to do and when. And I think all of that is really critical at that first kind of oncologist appointment.
You've mentioned a lot this morning. Where can we see kind of what you mentioned online? Is there a place?
There sure is, yeah. So I want to, before we get to that, I just want to say, you know, we're all in this together. Patients, doctors, healthcare providers, caregivers, right? We all want the best treatment opportunities for our patients with non-small cell lung cancer. And that involves advocacy, that involves asking questions, that involves actually kind of being annoying about when you're getting tested and how you're being tested. So if you'd like to learn more about methods for testing, about precision medicine in general, about non-small cell lung cancer, check out lilly.com. There's a lot of information there for you.
All right, Dr. Anthony Cerici, we really appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. A lot of data, a lot of information, and thank you very much for talking to our audience about it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Andrew.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Dietitians, boy, they play such an important role when it comes to helping people understand the connection between food and nutrition and how it can impact our lives. Let's bring in our friend, our clinical dietitian for Regional One Health. We got Quinay Johnson joining us once again on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Quinay, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Good morning, everyone. And nice to be back.
Yes. Always good to have you. So we know that there are a lot of processed foods, ultra processed foods, and the way that they are processed affects how healthy they are or how unhealthy they are, I guess you should say. Can you explain the difference between processed foods, what that means, ultra processed foods, and best practices to avoid them?
I like to think of processing as modification. So there's a scale when it comes to processed foods, and it can be subjective, but the things that are constant are minimally processed and ultra processed. Minimally processed or minimally altered food can be your apple, for an example. You pick it straight off the tree, that's as minimally processed as it can get, versus ultra processed foods. It can be like an applesauce that has corn syrup added to it to make it sweet and also has preservatives within it to make sure it lasts long on the shelf and doesn't make you sick, or apple juice with added sweeteners such as corn syrup.
That's good to know. That's a good distinction, Quinay. Thank you. And, food choices, it's so hard for so many people out there. I mean, price is obviously a factor for so many people out there because grocery store prices, as you know, I mean, they've gone through the roof over the last several years. How do we make good food choices? If you had to just kind of give people maybe 3 bullet points on how to make good food choices, what would you tell them?
I would say knowing how to read a food label and understanding ingredients within the list on the back of food can help you make better options. To limit the amount of ultra processed ingredients you consume could be a great place to start. 2, making things more convenient for you. For an example, investing into buying frozen foods or still buying fresh foods and having tools at home to make sure that it's a quicker process for you to have food available so that you can make healthier options is number 2. And then 3, again, preparation is best, but having like fresh fruits and vegetables to snack on to make sure that you're getting a lot of vitamins and minerals as best as possible and not being enticed to buy fast food because you don't have any fresh fruit available at home is a third way to make healthier choices.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Quinay, when it comes to shopping at grocery stores?
Ooh, that's a great question. I believe the biggest mistake that can happen is to just not be intentional when it comes to going grocery shopping. So if you set time out before going to make a list and checking the boxes as to making sure that you have fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, lean meats, grains, and whole grains, and things of that nature before you go into the grocery store, that can help alleviate some of the issues when it comes to making mistakes at the grocery store. And then also going to the grocery store hungry. Don't do it, because you're always going to impulsively buy something versus getting the things that you need to maintain a healthy lifestyle.
Oh, yeah, I've made that mistake plenty of times. And then I come home and I'm like, what is all this stuff? So, okay, let's talk about suggestions, easy ways, friendly reminders to make it easier to eat healthier each and every day.
One great way to make things easier for yourself is to, again, make a grocery list before you go to the grocery store. Buy things that you're more motivated to eat at home that are still healthy. For an example, I love pineapples. Pineapples, I believe, are in season right now, or apples. And having foods that are less processed or have less ingredients in them to complement those things. So I'm allergic to peanut butter, so I don't do that, but I do sunflower butter. That's something that I could pair with apples, and that's a great snack to have. Also, I'm trying to think of another way. Oh, buying frozen foods. That can be a cheap and also affordable way to get vegetables and fruits in that aren't as processed as per se your canned foods that have added salt in them, or for fruit, canned fruits with corn syrup added into them.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's good. That's good. Let's talk about just, final question, just the main point you want people to remember when it comes to sticking to a healthy diet and how it affects our health.
The biggest thing that I want to be taken away from this is preparation saves a lot of heartache. If you go into something intentionally and have a game plan, you're more likely to succeed or win the game versus just going in willy-nilly, no practice, trying to be Michael Jordan.
Quinay Johnson has jokes on a Tuesday. Thank you, Quinay. I appreciate that. We always appreciate what you do as a clinical dietitian at Regional One Health. Thanks again for joining us on the Digital Desk.
Thank you so much, and I'm hoping that everyone has a
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There are some things that affect so many different Americans, no matter where you come from, no matter your background, and that is stroke. Nearly 800,000 Americans are affected by stroke each and every year. The treatment options have come a long way, but it's all about early detection. That is key, and there's actually some updated information and some common misconceptions that people need to know about when it comes to stroke. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Kendrick Johnson. He is with Tulane University School of Medicine to talk more about the issues when it comes to stroke. And Dr. Johnson, thanks for joining us. Let's talk about some of those updated information and common misconceptions. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here on this Stroke Awareness Month discussing such an important topic. And also, Memphis is near and dear to my heart. This is where I learned how to do a lot of this work, working at the Sims Murphy Clinic. So it's great to be here.
Fantastic. Yes, a gem certainly in the Memphis area. We appreciate it. So I would love to know some updated information because, as you know, I mean, early detection can mean so much to a stroke patient.
That is very true. So unfortunately, stroke is very common in the United States. It's one of the leading causes of death and disability here. About every 40 seconds, someone has a stroke in the United States. And unfortunately as well, about every 3 minutes, someone in the United States dies from a stroke. So it's really important that we get this information out and know the signs and symptoms of stroke.
Let's talk about those symptoms too, because it's, early detection, as we've been mentioning.
That is true. The easiest way to recognize the signs and symptoms of stroke is what we tell our patients is the acronym FAST, where F stands for facial drooping, typically drooping on one side of the face. A stands for arm weakness, usually one arm and not the other. And all same goes for the leg. S stands for speech difficulty producing speech or understanding speech. And T stands for time, meaning time to call 911 if you recognize those symptoms.
What about the updated information? That's something that's certainly clued in this month, right?
Yes, sir. So one of the biggest advances we've had in this specialty is our medical and also procedural. One of the biggest things we do is a procedure called mechanical thrombectomy, meaning that if the patient comes to us in time, we're able to minimally invasively enter the blood vessels, snake a small catheter up to the brain, and either pull that clot out or suck that clot out. And by that procedure, our goal is to turn what would have been a large stroke into a smaller stroke. And what that does is it helps patients recover better, avoid going to a nursing home in certain situations, and completely recover in certain situations as well.
But so let me ask you this, Dr. Johnson. I mean, early detection, what should we be looking for in order to get to the hospital and know if we're a leading candidate for a stroke?
So if you see any of those symptoms, no matter how minor they are, get to your local stroke hospital. Admittedly, not all hospitals are exactly the same, but if you call 911, they'll take you to the correct location and get you evaluated by the correct specialist.
So can we go over those early detections, warning signs for everybody, just so they know about it?
So again, the acronym is FAST: face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, and time.
Is there maybe something people can do to lower their risk of stroke?
So the biggest risk factors for stroke are mostly general medical conditions, meaning persistently high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, obesity, and smoking. So the biggest thing you can do for yourself is working with a medical doctor regularly to help reduce those risks by way of medication and lifestyle changes, and also increasing physical activity. All those things in conjunction help lower our risk of stroke.
All right, Dr. Kendrick Johnson, Tulane School of Medicine neurosurgeon, thanks for joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. We appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Heart disease still remains the #1 killer of both adult men and women in the U.S., but few realize the critical role that genetics play when it comes to our heart health. Let's talk more about this discussion with someone and a couple of people who actually know a lot about this next topic. We're talking about the critical role of genetics, specifically high lipoprotein little a. I'm joined now on the digital desk by cardiologist Dr. Keith Ferdinand and Susan Riley, a Family Heart Foundation ambassador who has firsthand experience with this condition. Good morning to you both. And Susan, I'd like to begin with you. Tell me about lipoprotein little a and the high levels and how that affected you and your health. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, high LP little a impacts my family in many ways. So as a spouse, my husband had his first cardiac event in his early 40s. We didn't understand about it. We didn't know why it was happening. It was aggressive and we wanted it to stop. And then as a mom, I lost my 23-year-old daughter, Catherine, to a heart attack. And dealing with the fact I couldn't help her, I just didn't know. And then after Catherine passed, I was tested and found out that I have high LP little a as well. And so there's a whole host of emotions that go along with that diagnosis and learning to navigate through the system. So we deal with it every day in almost every way.
Oh my gosh, that is awful. And I know a little bit about it because some of my family members have high lipoprotein little a. Dr. Ferdinand, can you talk about what levels are considered dangerous with high lipoprotein little a and who should be screened for this?
Well, first of all, everyone should be screened. It's actually quite common. High LP little a is found in about 1 out of 5 or 20% of the population. Now, it depends on how the lab reports, but usually it's 125 if nanomoles and 50 if milligrams. That's a little detailed. But if you have a family history of having a heart attack, stroke that's premature, 40s, 50s, or even in the early 60s, then you may have high LP little a, which increases your risk for heart attacks and strokes. So the short answer is everyone should be checked.
Okay, and what's considered high, doctor? Like if you were to get a test, what's the elevated risk?
Well, as I mentioned, there are 2 ways it can be measured. In nanomoles, it's 125. In milligrams, it's 50. So you really need to have your clinician, your physician or nurse practitioner, help you to interpret the results of the test. You can get a test for free from the Family Heart Foundation to cholesterolconnect.org. And when you get that information, you should share it with your clinician.
Okay, and Susan, tell me about what you're doing about, overall health, and what would you like to say to others who perhaps, do a blood test, they realize that they also have high lipoprotein little a?
Yeah. So the first thing you should do is find a community who understands the disease and the impacts to your life. I found that through Family Heart Foundation, where I learned that there were things that I could do today to reduce my risk. I learned to advocate for myself and for others. They taught me how to ask the right questions and find the right doctors. And so I think everyone should do that. If you do have high LP little a, find a community that can support you in that way.
Okay, thank you, Susan. And Dr. Ferdinand, if we have high LP little a, what can we do to reduce our risk of heart disease and stroke?
Well, there's no FDA-approved treatment today for high LP little a, and there's research that's ongoing. But what it tells you, if your high LP little a is found, that you then can target those conventional risk factors, lower the LDL cholesterol, control blood pressure if you have hypertension, decrease your glucose if you have sugar, increase physical activity, and of course, no one should smoke. So having a high LP little a will tell you that you need to target those conventional risk factors, but it also will tell you that you can check your family members, especially first-degree relatives, mother, father, sister, brother, and children, because since it's genetic, they may also have high LP little a.
a fascinating discussion, and certainly more needs to be done. Where can we get information online if someone's interested in learning more about LP(a)?
The Family Heart Foundation is a nonprofit. It's a wonderful source of information, as Susan has mentioned. And you can really get a free test at cholesterolconnect.org from the Family Heart Foundation. They'll mail a kit to you. And then you can discuss those results with your clinician, whether it be a physician or nurse practitioner.
Okay, Dr. Ferdinand and Susan, we really appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you for really shedding a light on something that people might not think about when they think of heart disease. And there's 1 in 5 Americans that have this dangerous condition. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hopefully you're having a fantastic Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill, and this is going to be a pretty typical August day of weather ahead from the perspective of our temperatures and our rain chances, and seeing some clouds develop during the afternoon hours. Futurecast, as we move into the afternoon, it does have some clouds around here, and I think we will see a couple of isolated showers around. Not anticipating any sort of significant issues to arise here as Futurecast gets rolling along here. You can see those little spotty showers just to the east of really, I guess, Walnut for that matter here, moving from Benton into Tippah County. And those showers and storms will be kind of just coming and going here really at random from the afternoon into the evening and even into the overnight hours. Notice Futurecast even has some of those showers and storms coming close to the Tennessee River and even into Middle Tennessee by the time the early morning hours on Wednesday do arrive here. So overall, it's going to be a day filled with temperatures that will be into the 90s for those afternoon highs. Some middle to lower 90s across the board here, and these are very close to average. 96 degrees, the expected high temperature for Tunica, the hot spot on the map. 90 degrees for Corinth, the cool spot on the map. Everybody else between that, including 94 degrees for West Memphis, 93 in Brownsville, and 93 degrees specifically in Bluff City. Partly cloudy skies, some isolated showers and thunderstorms will be around, but we're not expecting any sort of severe weather. Some of those showers can linger into tomorrow morning and even through the overnight hours, but overall, most of us are going to stay dry throughout the duration of the night. Middle 70s expected with some partly cloudy skies. Good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app so this way you could check out the latest and greatest as far as that forecast goes and the interactive radar. That is always good to check out. You could do so by scanning that QR code and being able to upload it to your mobile device here around the Mid-South. Always a good thing to check out. One thing we are keeping an eye on is Tropical Storm Erin. This was named on Monday morning here. It still is a tropical storm here on Wednesday, or on Tuesday rather, but we are seeing this move itself to the west here at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. It does have 45 mile per hour sustained winds, and it will continue to move itself to the west rather quickly throughout the span of not only the work week, but even into the weekend. By the time we move into Thursday, it is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane with those 75 mile per hour winds. And notice as far as the numbers that are on your screen here, that represents what the category of hurricane it is expected to be. Before it does reach hurricane status, though, notice how that's an open-faced sort of emblem there. That is indicating that it is a tropical storm here. But by the time we move into the weekend, specifically on Sunday, it is expected to be a Category 3 hurricane. The general anticipation is that this is going to make a pretty close run to the east coast of the United States and then eventually curve back out. Now, how close of a track it does have, it's still very much to be determined here, especially since by the time it would move itself closer to the eastern United States, we're talking about the middle of next week. So obviously a lot of things can change between now and then. And while I don't anticipate that to be an issue whatsoever for the Mid-South, if you have any sort of vacation travel plans to the coastal Carolinas, to Virginia and really into the Northeast as well, the coastal Northeast. Good idea to keep an eye out for that. But as I said, that doesn't look to really make potential impacts to the eastern seaboard of the United States until we move into the middle of next week. As far as we have locally, high temperatures. They are going to bottom out a little bit here for Wednesday, but really between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and even into Friday, we will be near average. And that's not to say at 95, 96 degrees is significantly above average, but it is going to start to feel a bit hotter around the Mid-South as well. There is the possibility for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we could see some heat advisories issued throughout the Mid-South here. So keep an eye out for that. Saturday and Sunday, more specifically, afternoon highs of 95 degrees. Some isolated showers are possible, as are partly cloudy skies. What you expect for August, that's the forecast here ahead, and that's also really the case over the next 7 days around the Mid-South. Wednesday holds the best chance of rain, a 40% chance on Wednesday, 30% chances for Tuesday and Thursday, and then some 20% chances for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and temperatures that will be pretty close to average, if not slightly above average, including those overnight lows. So moral of the story, good idea to download the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Watch out for some of those showers and storms that will be around over the next few days, but be ready for some hotter temperatures ahead as we move towards Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've been talking a lot about that traffic accident. We'll continue to follow that here on the Digital Desk. But right now, I want to talk about Healthier 901 Fest. This is coming back once again to Shelby Farms Park at the end of the month, August 30th. And joining me now to talk more about it is our friend Michael Ugwicki, the CEO of Methodist Labanner Healthcare, joining us on the Digital Desk. Michael, good morning to you. First off, tell us about Healthier 901 Fest. I know a lot of people were there last year. This is the third annual, but some people might not have heard about this and some of the main topics, the main reasons why you guys are doing this. Good morning to you. Tell us about it.
Good morning, Andrew. It's always good to see you, and thanks for having me this morning. Yes, I am really excited about the Healthier 901 Fest coming up August 30th. As you said, this is our third year of this event. By the way, it is free, plenty of parking spaces there, and it's weekend before Labor holiday. So I want to encourage everyone to come and participate as part of this festival. It is the one festival that is dedicated to just health and health alone. So the vendors, the events, the activities all around that day start from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. will be all dedicated to health. So we started this, Andrew, 3 years ago, primarily to address the issues of obesity, cancer, cardiovascular diseases in our community. As you know, we do community health needs assessment every 3 years. The last one we did actually showed that we were one of the cities or one of the towns in our country that have high incidence of obesity, heart disease, and cancer. So we wanted to address it at the root cause, which is really trying to watch what we eat and exercise more. I know it's hard, it's not easy, but this is one way to really make it fun. So we encourage everyone to download the app, Healthier 901 app, go to the App Store, begin to put your data in there so you can actually track how you're doing. We send them feedbacks to provide you additional information on what to do to continue to stay healthy. Engage your members of your community, whether they're co-workers, church members, friends, and challenge them. I am really excited about this event coming up, Andrew. We have seen some progress. Over 13,000 members of our community have signed up on the app. In fact, we've seen almost 277 million calories burned over the 2-3 years that we've been doing this. And people have walked over 1 million miles, in addition to really taking more than 2 billion steps. So these are all, improvements in people's health, and that's what this is about. Again, we couldn't do this without the partnerships, as you well know. You guys are our first partner in this. I appreciate that, and I want to thank you guys for that. Kroger, Nike, as well as Cigna are all our partners, including YMCA. So really excited about this.
Yeah, no question. And just for everyone's familiar, once again, I want to reiterate, Michael, what you mentioned earlier, in that this is Labor Day weekend, okay? So this is the Saturday before Labor Day, August 30th, from 10 to 2 at Shelby Farms Park. All kinds of fun things to do there, fitness, food, music, giveaways, that sort of thing. And it's, as you mentioned, it's completely free. So do people need to sign up to register? How is it going to work?
So show up, bring your family members, come on, come one, come all, as they say, bring your dog if you can. This is a fun-filled event. There is no registration required. We just want people to come out, socialize, meet their neighbors and friends, and talk about how they can work together to get healthier. That's what this is about. So it is powered by Methodists because we truly believe in improving every life that we touch. And that's one of the ways that we get out in the community to help our community members stay healthier.
Fantastic, Michael. And I know that this was started with the goal in mind to have Memphis and the Mid-South collectively lose 1 million pounds. How are we in reaching that goal?
It is... we're not there yet, of course. When we set that goal for 1 million pounds lost 3 years ago, we knew that it was a very tough goal, but you got to start somewhere. I think a wise person once said, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one single step. So we put that goal out there to encourage people to really reach deep and work harder so we can get down to a healthier community. So it's a journey. It's not a destination. So we know that, and we're excited that our members of our community are rising to that occasion.
All right, Michael Ugwicki joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about Healthier 901 Fest at Shelby Farms Park, Saturday, August 30th from 10 to 2, completely free. Lots of fun, lots of fitness, food, and great times for the whole family. We appreciate your time, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Mental health, it remains a top concern for so many people, including post 9/11 veterans. In fact, more than 6 in 10 warriors registered with the Wounded Warrior Project report living with mental health conditions like PTSD, anxiety, or depression. But mental health isn't about veterans or a military issue. This is a human issue, and men oftentimes are less likely to receive any kind of mental health treatment than women in the past year. That's according to the National Institutes of Health. Joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I have the pleasure of talking to two men here. One, NFL defensive end Morgan Fox, and his father, Joe Fox, an Army veteran and a Project Odyssey regional director for the Wounded Warrior Project. Gentlemen, good morning to you both. First off, Joe, let me start with you and tell me about the mental health challenges that veterans face when they return to civilian life. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Warriors can face a host of challenges when they return to civilian life. Something like post-traumatic stress disorder, isolation, being loss of identity, loss of purpose, anxiety, and depression are just some to name a few.
Got it. I totally get that. Morgan, over to you. First off, tell me what it was like growing up in a military family and some of the challenges that you saw from your perspective. And then, you know, you're an NFL star. You're in the NFL. I'm sure you see mental health as an issue where you are as well. Is that right?
Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, I think Warriors and football players, athletes in general, we all kind of share some commonalities when it comes to mental health. You know, growing up as a military kid, you're exposed to it a little early. You know, watching your parent come home from a year-long deployment a little different than they were when they left. And as a kid, you don't really understand it. And then the older you get, you understand that there is some trauma and some things that happened and some things that they need to go step out and get help for. You know, you do see the same thing with athletes and with, you know, football players is, you know, when things are done or even when things are going on, you have these mental crises that you kind of need to have help with, and that, you know, you've been told your whole life to be really tough and handle it yourself, and then you get to a point where you realize you do need help, and that's the hardest step you can take.
Morgan, thank you. Joe, back over to you. I know I'm very familiar with the Wounded Warrior Project. It's such an outstanding organization. Their mission statement is amazing. Tell us, for our audience, because we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning, about how the Wounded Warrior Project helps veterans with their mental health.
Yeah, so the mission of Wounded Warrior Project is to simply honor and empower our warriors. And so this is done through a host of programs and a host of opportunities for the warriors to connect. One of these opportunities, especially in the mental health area, is Project Odyssey. And so Project Odyssey is a 12-week program that is launched by a 5-day in-person workshop that really helps improve your resiliency and psychological well-being. And it does this by allowing us to learn positive coping skills to be able to help influence those decisions and those feelings and emotions that we're dealing with when we deal with post-traumatic stress, military sexual trauma, or a traumatic brain injury.
Joe, we just want to follow up real quickly because I know that the NFL is in partnership with the Wounded Warrior Project. Tell me about this partnership and how it will work going into the upcoming football season.
Yeah, so Wounded Warrior Project is very lucky to have a partner like the NFL that has such outreach and such ability to bring attention to not only our veteran community, but to something as important as mental health. And so they do this through a host of ways, but one in particular is their Salute to Service program. That Salute to Service program allows players like Morgan to be able to extend their own personal reach, to be able to show how they can also offer some support. The support and the resources that we get from players like Morgan and from the NFL allow us to put these mental health programs on, be able to provide other programming as well that is totally free for the Warriors and the veterans and family support members that are a part of Wounded Warrior Project.
Morgan, back over to you. I understand you recently attended a Wounded Warrior Project event on mental health. What did you take away from that experience, and what can other men take away from that experience? Morgan?
being at the Project Odyssey was incredible. I got to watch a lot of veterans who didn't know each other come from across the country really come together and learn how to cope with their whatever issues that they're going through. And the first thing I saw was that a lot of them realized that you're not alone, and that's one of the biggest things I took from it is just because you feel isolated or you feel like you're by yourself, you're really not. You're not alone. There's someone going through it the same way you are, and to be able to have that 5-10 minute conversation and learn these coping tools and learn how to dig yourself out of a hole is something that I really took from it. And then I just think at the end of the day, you know, we men will look at, you know, trying to be tough, trying to be macho, trying to be, you know, carry these loads by yourself and not burden anyone else with it. And then at the end of the day, you got to just take that really hard first step of just asking. Just go ask for help. Go find someone, go find a professional or a friend that whether you know, they can help identify the problem or just be a big listening post for you to come in and vent, and hopefully that starts a really good chain reaction, you know, to help you further in life.
Well, gentlemen, I really appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Before we let you go, if there is someone out there that's watching and perhaps they have a family member who's struggling at this time, what would you recommend they do in order to get help, you know, for specifically mental health for men?
Yeah, so the easiest way to reach out is reaching out to the Wounded Warrior Project.org on the internet. That has all the resources to be able to connect men and women to the resources that they're looking for. And in particular, if somebody is going through crisis, a loved one, a family member, a friend, a veteran, please reach out to the crisis hotline number of 988 and allow you to talk to somebody immediately and get the care that you need.
Joe Fox and Morgan Fox, father and son, joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Thank you so much for clearing this up and helping me understand and our audience understand Wounded Warrior Project and the NFL's association with the organization. Morgan, congratulations on such a great career. Good luck in the upcoming season. We appreciate you both spending a few minutes with us here on the Digital Desk. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a campaign that is starting up once again. It's in its 11th year, I should say. It's called Clear the Shelters, and it returns at a critical time when animal shelters across the country are at capacity, some over capacity. We're talking about 5.8 million cats and dogs entering the shelters last year alone. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this campaign. I'm joined by Hannah Shaw. She is with us. She's known as the cat lady, or kitten lady, excuse me. She's got a kitten right now, and she can talk more about this campaign, what it means, and what it means for all of us here in the Mid-South. Hannah, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, Clear the Shelters is happening all throughout the month of August, and this is the largest adoption drive that happens in the nation every single year. It's presented by NBC Universal Local with support from Hill's Pet Nutrition, and this is really our opportunity to spread a wave of awareness around the country about the overcapacity crisis that's happening in shelters. We're asking people to get out there to your local shelter and bring home a new friend.
I see that, yes, and that looks like such a great idea, Hannah. But what advice would you give to first-time adopters out there who might be a little bit, apprehensive?
Sure. Well, if you love the idea of having an animal, but you've kind of been worried about adopting, I think sometimes people feel like, what if I'm not able to be the perfect adopter and give the perfect home? Unfortunately, new survey data from the 2025 Hills State of Shelter Pet Adoption Report is showing that impulse to want to be perfect is actually preventing a lot of adoptions from happening. So we're asking people to just remember that you don't have to be a perfect adopter. You don't have to know everything or have an unlimited budget. Animals do not need perfection. They just need consistent care and love, and the rest will come with time.
I'm sorry. I mentioned something really quick, Hannah. I was going to say, let's talk about some ways that viewers can adopt or foster or donate and support local shelters.
Sure. So if people want to get involved, adoption is the name of the game with Clear the Shelters. We really need people to get out there and find a new companion. So if you've been thinking about adopting and you have a friend maybe who's thinking about adopting, now's a great time for you guys to head to your local shelter. If you can't adopt, fostering is a really good way to help. So, you know, little kittens like Monkey here, they need foster homes. Dogs need foster homes. The thing about fostering is the shelter is going to cover the expenses, and it's a temporary way of helping. So a couple weeks of your time, that can be a big gift to an animal. You can also donate to the Clear the Shelters Fund, or you can even just purchasing the Hills Science Diet food for your cat or dog at home. All of that is also going to support this important campaign of Clear the Shelters.
Okay, Hannah Shaw joining us on the digital desk to talk about this important campaign, Clear the Shelters, in its 11th year. We appreciate you taking the time here on the digital desk. Thanks very much. Good luck with the campaign this year.
Thank you so much. Thanks for spreading the word.
You got it. All right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. If you're like me, you are always trying to figure out a better way to get a better night's sleep. It's so elusive for so many of us. We are so busy. Our lives are just chock full of all kinds of busyness with work and various activities outside of work. So it is so important to get that sleep for so many health benefits. So how do we do it? Not next week, not this weekend, tonight. How are we going to do it? Well, let's bring on someone who's an expert in sleep. I am joined right now by Prahad Sharma. He is a pulmonologist. He's also a sleep physician at Regional One Health. He leads a sleep clinic at the hospital, and he's joining us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. Prahad, thank you for joining us here. Where do people, first off, make their biggest mistakes when it comes to trying to find a way to get some good rest out there? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes?
So I think there's a lot of things that we could do. It's not the mistake that we make, but it's basically that we don't know that all those small things matter. As for everything else, preparation is the key for the sleep. So if you prepare yourself well, then you may have a good night's sleep. But if your preparation is not that good, then the sleep may not be that great. And what we talk about that is what you do throughout the day, what you eat throughout the day, how you spend your day, what happens throughout your day doesn't matter your sleep. At the same time, how you sleep, when you sleep, and what environment you sleep in also affects your sleep.
What's the biggest factor in getting a good night's rest? If you had to name it, I know there's several, okay, but if you had to name the biggest factor in getting a good night's rest, what is it?
So first thing is, I think you need to prepare yourself, as we said earlier, that have a relaxing environment, calm down, what we call the wind down time. And when you go to the bed itself, you have to stick on a schedule, because things work better if you stick to a strict schedule. And sometimes it's difficult over the weekend. What is more important at that time is you try to fix your wake up time, because you can control that. So if you remain on that rhythm, what we call the circadian rhythm, then your sleep is better. And when you go lie down in the bed, make it dark, quiet, cool, and comfortable, so that you can sleep well without having any external disturbances to you. No TV, no cell phone, no blue light, nothing in the bedroom.
What's the ideal amount of sleep? Sometimes people get too much, sometimes people get too little. What's ideal?
Everyone has their own requirement. Few people need a little bit more, few people may be okay even on the less amount of sleep. So anywhere about 6 to 8 hours may be normal for most of the people. There are few people who may function okay when they sleep 4 to 6 hours. We call them short sleepers. So that maybe few people who may be sleeping 4 or 5 hours may still be okay. But if you are sleeping more than 8, 10 hours, then again, that is abnormal. You should not be requiring that much of sleep. But all of those things changes with age and time.
I know a lot of people have sleep apnea. It's a pretty common condition out there. Can you briefly explain some of the issues associated with that and the best remedies from your perspective?
Yes. So as you said, yes, sleep apnea is very common, and 1 in 5 male and about 1 in 6 or 7 female will have sleep apnea. But a lot of them goes undiagnosed or underdiagnosed because people don't realize the symptoms they are having may be coming from sleep apnea. So few of the symptoms are people may just have mild difficulty kind of thinking, brain fogging or something like that, or they may also have early morning headache which goes away after a few hours, or they feel a little bit irritable throughout the day, maybe a little bit sleepy during the day. So all those may be just a telltale sign of sleep apnea, but if they go unnoticed for a long time, then you run into other problems.
Okay, we know that so many people are looking at screens, and we know that perhaps people's diet isn't the greatest when it comes to winding down, as you mentioned earlier, to get that good night's sleep, that good night's rest. What are some of the key takeaways? If you had to make a bullet list of maybe 3 or 4 different things you can do right now, tonight, to have that great night's sleep, what would you do?
Okay. Again, I will say wind down time is very important. So that's when you reflect on some people who likes to write, may even do journaling or something so that they can vent out their feeling so that they can go to the bed relaxed. And reading books, doing something very quiet and not too exciting, not too entertaining helps. And also another thing is smoking and alcohol intake, because a lot of people think like maybe if they drink maybe a couple of glasses of wine or drink, they may feel sleepy and they may sleep better, but it works the other way, meaning your good quality sleep is taken away and you wake up not feeling rested, feeling tired, because the very important part of the sleep called the REM sleep is taken away. At the same time, if you smoke before bedtime, that is a stimulant and that will not let you fall asleep quickly and causes more problems. So preparing the right environment, not drinking too much before the bedtime, not smoking, and having a very comfortable bed is the key to have a good sleep.
Right. Also, a cool bedroom, right? I mean, you want to make the temperatures.
Yes, cool bedroom, very comfortable. Yeah, it may be worth investing in finding a very comfortable mattress for you.
Excellent. Okay, one other thing, there's a lot of sleep aids out there. Some people might take melatonin. Some people might take an Ambien. Some people will, have a gummy, a CBD or something. What do you think of those 3, and do you recommend a sleep aid?
So it depends what is driving the problem. So because if it is sleep apnea, which is one of the most common problem, then those aid may not help. Because if it is sleep apnea, then we have to diagnose with the sleep study and treat you for that particular problem. But other problems, let's say people cannot fall asleep because there is misalignment with the time and everything, then on those people, melatonin may help. And the pills like Ambien, that is more for the problem, what we call insomnia. And for that one, people have difficulty initiating sleep, and Ambien may help, but that is not the best medication, because a lot of the time trying to find what is causing the problem and attacking or solving the underlying problem is the best modality.
Okay, Prahad Sharma, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Very informative, and it's something that I think so many Americans struggle with, getting a better night's sleep. And hopefully, people have been taking notes and really kind of thinking about a better night's sleep tonight through some of your recommendations. So we appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You know, the Memphis Botanic Garden has events all year long. I mean, every time of the year, there's different events for children, there's different events for adults, in addition to just being an amazing place with 96 acres of beauty right in the city. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Natalie Brashear. She is inside Memphis Botanic Garden right now to tell us more about My Backyard and this back to school bash. Good morning, Natalie. How are you?
Yes. Good morning. Good morning from My Big Backyard here at the Memphis Botanic Garden. Yes, I wanted to share an event that we have coming up August 16th, which is a Saturday from 10 to 2 p.m. It's one of our Friends of My Big Backyard tabling and partnership events. And it's an informal community event at the Children's Garden here at Memphis Botanic, where we invite a lot of our community partners and like-minded organizations to come set up in the Children's Garden and share their fall back to school and educational programming with our visitor base.
It's fantastic, Natalie. When my kids were little, we went to My Big Backyard at Botanic Garden. So for the thousands of people who are watching us right now who perhaps have never been, tell us a little bit about My Big Backyard and what's going to happen on August 16th.
Right. So My Big Backyard is the children's garden within the Memphis Botanic Garden. We have all different kinds of gardens within the larger garden here. Our garden, My Big Backyard, is 2.5 acres of curated area that is special for the kids and families specifically. We have designed all different kinds of full playhouses and play environments where you can come with your family and experience this really unique, special nature-based experience here in Memphis. And the My Big Backyard event, the Friends of MIBI, as we like to call My Big Backyard internally, event will invite some of our like-minded organizations like the Memphis Zoo, the Memphis Library System, Children's Museum to come set up a table and share some of the programming that they also offer for these families, for our visitor base, so that they can kind of see all the interconnected youth development resources that we have in Memphis.
It always is a great time to be at Memphis Botanic Garden, and certainly with everybody getting into the mindset of being back to school, this is a perfect time to once again go in this beautiful family fun event. Gosh, how long has it been going on now?
So this is our second official Friends of MIBI tabling event, but we had a wonderful success last summer with the birthday bash that was celebrating 15 years of the Children's Garden here at the Memphis Botanic. So we're in our 16th year of the Children's Garden and just starting to fold in more of these community-based events so that we can really continue to establish this specific garden within the Memphis Botanic Garden as a community gathering space where we can share experiences, resources, and memories here in Memphis. So this is our second official Friends of MIBI tabling event, and we really hope that people will join us so that we can continue to build momentum here and pepper these throughout our seasons of programming. I would also like to add it is free with admission, so really come one, come all to experience this and learn a little bit more about what all of our wider Memphis community organizations have to offer.
Natalie, this has been great. I enjoy seeing the background too. I can actually see some little kids kind of having fun over there already.
Exactly.
If people want to see online, Natalie, maybe some more details about, how much it costs to get in or what have you, where can they go? Can you give us the website?
Yeah, so membg.org, the Memphis Botanic Garden website, outlines our admission policy as well as upcoming events. We have so much going on, as you said earlier. So checking out the events calendar there, reading up on what's to come and how, yes, admissions work and all the various options we have going on here. That would be the membg.org, Memphis Botanic Garden website, as well as our Instagram, membg.
Yes, all the socials. 96 acres of beauty in the city of Memphis, Memphis Botanic Garden. Natalie Brashear, we really appreciate you breaking down this August 16th event, My Big Backyard, Back to School Bash. Thanks for coming on the digital desk and explaining it all for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Cancer rates in young women are rising at an alarming rate. Get this stat here. According to a recent report, and this is from the American Cancer Society, women under the age of 50, okay, they have an 82% higher cancer incidence rate than men. Crazy, crazy stat there. And black women have a 38% higher risk of dying from breast cancer than their counterpart. Let's bring in a couple of women here to talk about these issues right now. I'm joined by Dr. Amanda R. Hathaway and Lachey, a cancer survivor. Good morning, ladies, to you both. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Dr. Hathaway, I want to begin with you. Can you expand on this study from the American Cancer Society that shows cancer rates in young women under 50 are skyrocketing? What is happening here? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Yeah, it is alarming, and it's something that we see in trends just in the office, that ages are getting younger and younger. We do know, and what I tell my patients all the time, is that there's not one thing that makes someone develop cancer. It's kind of a potion or a soup where there's a lot of different ingredients. We know genetics play a role into it, and so when people have a strong family history, they are at higher risk. We know that lifestyle plays a role into it, and those that are more sedentary do have a higher chance of breast cancer. We know that hormones play a big role in breast cancer development, but also just our surroundings and exposures. But yes, it is very alarming that it's happening younger and younger.
I totally agree. Lachey, over to you. Tell us briefly about your experience and what exactly happened.
Yeah, so I felt a lump in my breast, and because I was an athlete my whole life and I've been strength training, I thought that it was initially some sort of muscle. But yeah, I went to my doctor immediately when I noticed that it persisted and it grew. And I got an ultrasound, a mammogram, and yes, it was breast cancer. It was stage 2B, hormone positive, HER2 negative breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence. And I was just so shocked because I was only 26 years old, and usually breast cancer is diagnosed in much older people. And so I was like, wow. And I immediately went into fight mode and I started advocating. And that's why I'm so happy that I'm partnering with Eli Lilly, because I'm able to spread this message even more and motivate more young people to just understand what's going on with their bodies and get to know their bodies so they can advocate for themselves and catch anything that may be happening early.
Well, I love that smile. Every picture we're showing of you, Lachey, you're just smiling away. I mean, to be diagnosed with cancer at 26, what an unbelievable, life-changing diagnosis. Dr. Hathaway, back over to you. So, you know, we've talked about these issues. Is there any way to be proactive where people can, you know, change, I don't know, diet habits to stave off something like this? Or is it important to just have annual exams with your pediatrician or with your doctor, your main doctor every year? I mean, is it a combination? What do you have to say to our audience?
It's definitely a combination of those things. And so there have been studies that show in women who are at high risk of breast cancer, an hour a day, 5 days a week of aerobic exercise cuts the risk of breast cancer development by 57%. We know people who drink excessively with alcohol are at higher risk. We know that those who live a sedentary lifestyle, so even if you're exercising but then spend the rest of your time in front of the television, there's a higher risk of that. And then we know that a lot of the foods that we eat, processed foods, refined sugars, do increase the risk of breast cancer development. But even without any of those risk factors, what I tell my patients is it's very important to know your body. So if you do recognize something abnormal, you can bring it to your doctor's attention, because the earlier we catch it, the better our outcomes are.
Good advice there. Lachey, any advice from your perspective?
Yes, I would just say, just to piggyback off what Dr. Hathaway said, you have to know your body and advocate for your own healthcare, because I found my breast cancer by doing self-breast exams. It was because I knew something was off and I acted very quickly that I was able to catch this early and have such a great outcome. Right now, I'm cancer-free, and it's just a great feeling. And so I'm very happy to be here, and I just want everyone to advocate for their health. And if you have any questions, you can head over to lilly.com. That's LILLY.com.
Okay, well, listen, ladies, we appreciate your conversation on a very important topic. Thanks for your time.
Hopefully you're having a fantastic Tuesday throughout the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill, and this is going to be a pretty typical August day of weather ahead from the perspective of our temperatures and our rain chances, and seeing some clouds develop during the afternoon hours. Futurecast, as we move into the afternoon, it does have some clouds around here, and I think we will see a couple of isolated showers around. Not anticipating any sort of significant issues to arise here as Futurecast gets rolling along here. You can see those little spotty showers just to the east of really, I guess, Walnut for that matter here, moving from Benton into Tippah County. And those showers and storms will be kind of just coming and going here really at random from the afternoon into the evening and even into the overnight hours. Notice Futurecast even has some of those showers and storms coming close to the Tennessee River and even into Middle Tennessee by the time the early morning hours on Wednesday do arrive here. So overall, it's going to be a day filled with temperatures that will be into the 90s for those afternoon highs. Some middle to lower 90s across the board here, and these are very close to average. 96 degrees, the expected high temperature for Tunica, the hot spot on the map. 90 degrees for Corinth, the cool spot on the map. Everybody else between that, including 94 degrees for West Memphis, 93 in Brownsville, and 93 degrees specifically in Bluff City. Partly cloudy skies, some isolated showers and thunderstorms will be around, but we're not expecting any sort of severe weather. Some of those showers can linger into tomorrow morning and even through the overnight hours, but overall, most of us are going to stay dry throughout the duration of the night. Middle 70s expected with some partly cloudy skies. Good idea to download the WMC First Alert weather app, so this way you could check out the latest and greatest as far as that forecast goes and the interactive radar. That is always good to check out. You could do so by scanning that QR code and being able to upload it to your mobile device here around the Mid-South. Always a good thing to check out. One thing we are keeping an eye on is Tropical Storm Erin. This was named on Monday morning here. It still is a tropical storm here on Wednesday, or on Tuesday rather, but we are seeing this move itself to the west here at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. It does have 45 mile per hour sustained winds, and it will continue to move itself to the west rather quickly throughout the span of not only the work week, but even into the weekend. By the time we move into Thursday, it is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane with those 75 mile per hour winds. And notice as far as the numbers that are on your screen here, that represents what the category of hurricane it is expected to be. Before it does reach hurricane status, though, notice how that's an open-faced sort of emblem there. That is indicating that it is a tropical storm here. But by the time we move into the weekend, specifically on Sunday, it is expected to be a Category 3 hurricane. The general anticipation is that this is going to make a pretty close run to the east coast of the United States and then eventually curve back out. Now, how close of a track it does have, it's still very much to be determined here, especially since by the time it would move itself closer to the eastern United States, we're talking about the middle of next week. So obviously a lot of things can change between Saturday and Sunday, more specifically. Afternoon highs of 95 degrees. Some isolated showers are possible, as are partly cloudy skies. What you expect for August, that's the forecast here. Temperatures that will be pretty close to average, if not slightly above average, including those overnight lows. So moral of the story, good idea to download the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. Watch out for some of those showers and storms that will be around over the next few days, but be ready for some hotter temperatures ahead as we move towards Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Okay, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Midday is up next. Join me tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.